are we doing today? Are you planning on doing really well? Or are you failing to plan? Or do you know the difference between getting lucky or getting some? Get some and getting lucky. When we're planning on engineering our serendipity, we're not just split dissociating from our old self. We're making our new self, we're stepping towards a new destiny, we're becoming supernatural financially. When we're not able to clip a 1-minute clip, that's okay. Because us sharing this time together is the clip. Because YouTube, it may not love me. YouTube, it doesn't need to have a awoken component to it. Some people may never awaken from the stupor of their old selves. Me, I'm creating a new Larry Chang. This is not a persona. This is not a non gratis, non sequitur. This is quid pro quo. I'm making an agreement, the 4 agreements, the 17 agreements. I'm making an agreement with my future self. I'm not split dissociating my old trauma into 19 directions. This is why people try to scorch the earth by violating your butthole. Because on earth that's scorched, stuff that's not scorched becomes not growing. And so when you go scorched earth, you would just ruin things. How many people scorch their own earth, right? What's up?
Good morning.
Speaking of the opposite of scorching earth, which is planting and preparing, what is going on, Derek Small?
Good morning.
Good morning. DERRICK Small Junior.
Yes,
We're gonna
sir.
have
Good
to-
morning.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing this morning?
I was thinking about the methodology of why I explode people's texts and other people, they're kind of a wet noodle when you're talking, or they don't self-start a conversation, because this is solved by Web 12. So why don't you ask questions or provide updates or multitask? Uh-huh. I'm going to space-time fill. Repeat. So while Derek is coordinating, I'm going to hit L-theanine, page 344. You're frozen. Temporarily frozen. Oh, speaking of frozen, me and Derek are doing Cold Plunge as an API with a CTO of a major security company. $800, $8 million, zero downside risk. Because why would we have a new friend risk anything? Why even make the first deal a risky deal? That's why women throw putty. Do you see why Dinner First Coach, side note, me and you, do you see why Dinner First Coach is risk-free from a cash standpoint? Okay.
Yes.
Do you want to explain that, or do you want to?
Dinner first, coach. Well, you're removing risk from working with whoever it is that you're working with. So instead of, hey, just pay me $800, it's, hey, you're going to pay $800 for this, but it's basically $0 because after you pay me $800, I'm going to tell you to take these 2 actions and you get $400 back for each of those actions. So we're having dinner first. We're going to do coaching second.
And coaching before, because sometimes we're not going to give the money back.
Mhm.
Because that's the step that is optimal, is later we don't give the money back. But the first deal, to prime the pump of, would you like to buy, not you, but would you like to buy me dinner, hot girl who might be a Victoria's Secret model? So when that clicks, then it's the thought of, what if you didn't fake wealth on Instagram? I'll write these notes down for you since you're driving. What
Thank
if you
you.
didn't fake? You're welcome. What if you didn't fake wealth? What if you became ROI focused on her ROI, because she's going to need to buy dinner first coach. And so, Larry, I do want to just take you to dinner. Can I just borrow $300 from my parents? And then so, dinner first coach. So $300 for dinner, $1,600 to $2,000 for first, $200 to $400 for coach. So at each stage, you're saying, this is what we will talk about at dinner. Would you like a preview of what we talk about? So that way you can financially benefit before the appointment-based learning, the coaching. Before you buy me a first class ticket to Miami Swim Week or New York Fashion Week or Palm Beach, West Palm, Miami, Palm Springs, Palm. Do you like how I'm bi-coastal, LA, Miami, while being bi-coastal the better way, which is San Francisco, New York City? What you're doing with that amount of 4 septa douching, which is 6-way douching, is you're not trying to clean your vagina. You're trying to double douche, kind of like you douche tithe, where you're doubling the tithe, because you and the money I made for you yesterday, converting you to CTO, you don't deserve any of that money, because you're just standing next to a douchebag telling you genius shit. It's like what I do when I go to a meeting and I say, what would Mark McCormick say? And I just say Mark McCormick shit. That's how Kobe Bryant showed up to play basketball. Anything Michael Jordan could do, who could do better? As per Michael Jordan. Who?
Michael Jordan.
Kobe Bryant. And there you go. That's a hole in your knowledge, because paste copy your own books. Chapter 3 is your donut hole. It's not that you're not a genius, because you might be. It's just that that's your donut hole, because somebody went scorched earth on your brain, and I found your Achilles heel. So maybe you don't know how an Achilles heel works, okay? But this is how it works, is I found the hole in your brain, because when I met you, what was your mental state? Retarded and poor. And then do you see how you're no longer retarded? Because I used to be retarded too, which is why, what am I going to say now? What would Mark McCormick say? at a baseball game, maybe you haven't seen any of my clips. That's understandable. And I'm not talking about the player clips of me being a pro baseball player. I'm talking about the clips of me saying genius stuff that is Augie Garrido. So your donut hole is paste copy. Okay, from the CTO role, what happened? Highlights.
In my first 3 minutes of being CTO, Larry was immediately got cold open by a girl and two guys. And he overheard one of the guys say that he was CTO of something. And so Larry cold opens him and he says, "Hey, did you say you were CTO?" And one of the two guys had said, "Oh no, I'm not in CTO. I work in security." And then the next guy said, "Yes, I am a CTO." And Larry was like, "Oh, that's amazing. That's actually what this guy does. This is my CTO, my VP of marketing." We were actually just talking about book club. And after you guys had talked for a minute, Larry basically sold everything right there in this very short 3-minute conversation that he had with this guy. We're going to call him Josh because that's his name. And it was so genius. It happened so fast. And from that, he connected with Larry on LinkedIn, and he
Walk us
then
through. I'm sorry, keep going.
he
LinkedIn.
then he's now connected with me on LinkedIn as well. And I wrote his email down and emailed him. So initially, I was going to email him more words, and Larry told me to say, "Don't say any of that. Keep it simple. Hey, Josh, is this the best email for you?" Question mark. And so I send that. And about an hour passes and he emails me back and he says, "Yes, this is the best email. Do you guys like Fogo de Chao?" And the crazy thing was, me and Larry had been doing book club at Fogo de Chao for about 30 minutes before he sent me that email. And afterwards, I was going to send another email with more words. And Larry was like, "No, don't say it that way. You are literally about to make a rich guy not buy you dinner." And I was like, "You know what, Larry? You're right. I see how I was about to mess that up. How would you handle the situation differently?" And he said, "Say this. Um, I was going to say something along the lines of, it's yes, we love Fogo de Chao. We're actually here right now." And Larry had said, "Say this. Yes, we like Fogo de Chao. Why?" Question mark. And so that's what I said. I sent those two lines and I sent it, and he emailed me back, "Hey, Derek, can you send me some stuff about Cold Plunge as an API? Or could you send me some copywriting about Cold Plunge as an API?" So my first 3 minutes of CTO, Larry was able to conjure up a deal with a major security company's CTO. And now we're emailing on LinkedIn, and I'm about to create some web pages about Cold Plunges as an API. And so that was one of the highlights from yesterday. Another highlight is after Larry and I had a conversation on the phone at Book Club at Paseo, I got approached. I got code open. I got code open by the AGM of Daydreamer Coffee. And she comes up, she's like, "Hey, what do you and Larry, what do you guys even do?" And I'm like, "We do book club." She's like, oh, that's actually so cute. So, like, what's this book you guys are reading? I'm like, this book is, it's like a business book. It's New Ventures in the Entrepreneur by Irv Grosbeck. Do you know Harvard, Stanford, Harvard? She's like, yeah, I know those places. I'm like, okay, awesome. So, Stanford and Harvard, people pay like $275,000 just to go to the school. And their flagship entrepreneurship class is this book. It's New Ventures in the Entrepreneur Search Fund. So 1,500 people are able to go to the school. 350 students apply for the class alone, and only 50 to 70 students are allowed to actually take the course every year. And so really that's what we're doing here at Book Club today with this book is instead of $275,000, you have the opportunity to read the book here with us at Book Club. It's like, oh, interesting. It's like, how long have you guys been doing this? I'm like, me and Larry, we've been doing Book Club for quite some time now. Larry, one of the things that we've identified doing Book Club is that there's a problem with Book Club. And so I asked her, what's been your experience most of the time with Book Club? It's probably like this, right? It's 3 people, 3 books, and no one's actually read the book. So everyone's just sitting down and talking, and no one's actually read the book, and no one's ever going to read the book. So what we've done is we have read the book, or we're actually reading the book. So whenever people come and talk to us, we are searching for their problem if they have one, and simply trying to solve their problem right there with them in real time with lines in the book. She's like, oh, wow, that's actually really cool. How do I join Book Club? I'm like, that's a great question. It's $800. And she sits and she's like, you know what? Actually, I'm the AGM of this place. That's the GM over there. And we're currently in the process of opening up a 3rd location. Like that's amazing. Where's your other location? And come to find out, the original location was right next to my old apartment complex. I actually went to it whenever it opened up. So she said it and I was like, that's amazing. I know exactly what you're talking about. I used to go there all the time. Where's this new location of yours going to be at? And she said, it's going to be a truck and it's going to be right there on Rainy Street. So there'll be a Daydreamer Coffee trailer on Rainy Street. I'm like, okay, that's very cool. Would you guys be open to a collab potentially? And she said, yeah, I think so. And I was like, what we should do is Book Club. We should do a Daydreamer Coffee grand opening book club whenever you guys get closer to opening up. She's like, that's great. Actually, go ahead and email me. Go ahead and email me. And so I wrote down her email. I wrote down the GM's email. And now we're about to go back to Paseo as well and have a conversation with them. So that was those are 2 of the big highlights from yesterday, from doing book club at Paseo.
Talk about how old you, because we're pruning away your old self. Talk
Mhm.
about how old you would prune away would wait to email or pretend to be busy or not execute fast. So talk about why you're executing like faster.
Because it's not that hard. It's simply pulling out a pen and a piece of paper and writing it down, putting a square next to it and circling that square. So whenever you come back and read your notes, you know if you actually did it or not. And it's not just to put a square and a circle on stuff just for the sake of it. That's actually how that's actually building a checklist and actually checking things off of the box. And previous me would we would make I would make squares. I would write lines down of things to do, but they wouldn't always get done. I wouldn't read that same notebook over and over and over again until I executed every single thing in that notebook. And now that's becoming my default mode where we say things and we do the things as soon as we are able to do the thing versus waiting and letting it marinate. And maybe it's like you said earlier, whenever I first joined the live, that it's the ability to multitask. It's the ability to do multiple things at the same time with speed. And that's the big difference, especially of recent, is
When
moving with speed.
do you think that the procrastination and hesitation was due to some kind of emotional blockage, or why is it that a catalyst of a mentor, talk about that.
That's a great question. And the catalyst of a mentor, I think, is a great way to br- bring it up, honestly. Um, I think I had an emotional block that for some reason, when I would take three steps direct, 3 steps in the direction towards success or towards money, I would let the crabs in the bucket have an effect on me, or
What do you mean
I
by
would just
crabs in a
take 3 steps back.
what do you mean
What do
by
I mean
crabs?
by crabs in a bucket? So imagine this: you have a bucket, you go to the beach, it's filled with crabs, and there's going to be some crab is going to be trying to get out of the bucket. So all the other crabs at the bottom of the bucket, they're at the bottom and they can't really get out. They don't know what's going on. But there's one crab that is almost at the end of the bucket. He's almost there at the top. And they pull him down. All the other crabs try to pull him down, or they'll cut his leg off. They'll do all the other crabs will do everything they can to not let that crab get out of the bucket because they're all just crabs in a bucket.
But then how does that apply to humans? Do humans do that to each other even?
So humans, I think humans do a similar thing to each other sometimes. Being, you have 3 friends and 2 friends like to sit down and smoke weed and not do anything all day long and just talk about the idea of doing thing or take bad notes and never actually read their notes. And there's another of the 3 friends who doesn't smoke weed, who doesn't have a job but is infinitely rich. And he every time he goes back to the other 2 friends that are smoking, that aren't rich, that aren't actually being productive each and every moment they can, they try to pull him down. He tries to share ideas and help them build their brain back, but they are comfortable being where they are, which may be smoking weed, which may be not making a whole lot of money, or speaking low soch. And the rich friend who doesn't smoke and do those things, he's on a different frequency. So crabs in the bucket would be letting the things his weed smoking friends say. It would be keeping those friends and participating in those activities with them. You would be letting those crabs pull you down or letting their beliefs hijack your brain.
Talk about how hard it was to sell one thing.
Selling one thing, it's it was difficult because I was the CEO. I had to think about, I had to ideate on top of take notes, produce, and distribute. And I was having a really hard time selling because I had a belief of something that was holding me back, that wasn't allowing me the ability to actually sell. So every time I'm in a conversation with someone and I've identified a problem and there's an opportunity to solve it, somehow I would just end up like fumbling the conversation by saying something stupid or saying something that I didn't really need to say. Um, Versus after being CTO for 3 minutes and 3 hours, for Larry, I got two hot leads almost immediately. And they're like the easiest sales I've ever really come across.
How do
Um,
you how do you replicate it if you're not standing next to Larry Chang? Like, is there a place to study this? Because
book
Larry
club.
Chang's not just going to come help you. How do you do it over the internet? And how does it connect to your company, Web 12, that you're CTO of? Like,
Hmm.
what's the connect? Because right now it's just froofy MLM speak for join my cult. I'm a confident man. Okay, so connect it.
So part of the reason we do lives and we create web pages on web12.io is because we are mapping out a treasure map. And that treasure map gives us the ability to come back and see the captured version of it and recreate that. So not only am I giving you guys all of the information and sauce, so to say, the secret sauce on how to do this and what it is and what our experience is doing it live. Like we're recapping it how yesterday went right now. And so how does this all tie back to web12.io? Web12.io is have taking web 1 and web 2 and combining them together. So that's how we end up with web 12. So what does that mean? How does it even work? So first is, what is web 1? Web 1 is web pages. It's web pages online on the internet. Web 2 is the social platforms. And the problem is that right now, the social platforms don't communicate with the rest of the internet that well. So if you're posting on Instagram, you might be hot and cool on Instagram, but then Google doesn't know about you. Facebook might know about you because they're the same, but so that's with web 12, that is what we're solving for, is how do we take your content from these dark places on the web and connecting it with the rest of the internet so that way AI can cite that. And so the way we do that is we read, do web 0, which is real world experiences, and we have unique thoughts and we write them down. And from there, we write 12 sentences about what it is that we're talking about. So this one of these things is going to be Cold Plunge as an AI. Cold Plunge as an API is a great example of, that's a web page, that's multiple web pages, and something we can try and implement. So that's the idea of Web 12. It's having real world experiences, capturing that stuff in the moment, and email publish posting it to a web page. And then you repost that to all of your social platforms. So your social platforms are pointing back to your website and your business, and your website and your business is pointing to all of your social platforms, giving you a live RSS feed of all of your posts everywhere of all time. So that's Web 12. Why is this important? Because problem, people are fake. People are fake. Ass is fake. People's faces are fake, and the way people present themselves online is also fake. It's fake economy, fake tits, fake steak. Like, it's just a lot of fake going on. And so instead of being a fake person and just posting AI slop all over the place, it's being a real person who's driving their car into the city or is on an exercise bike, seeming retarded, but also spitting 5-dimensional layers of game. And you can feel it and actually hear it because it's real. And you can hear that in their tonality. You can hear that in their voice. And so that's why Web 12 exists, is we are the direct competitor to fake shit.
You mentioned your socials. How do people reach out to you? We're not ending this. It's just a midstream.
So my name is Derek Small. My Twitter is Derek's Small Jr. DerrickSmallJr. That's how you can connect with me on Twitter. My Instagram is Derek Small ATX. DerrickSmallATX. Or you can just write me an email over at Derek@web12.io.
Expand.
Or call me.
Yeah, call you what?
832-274-9600. That's 832-274-9600.
Is that area code 832, did you say?
Yes.
Walk or expand on, you got stuck at selling zero. How do people learn your stuff without having to pay you or me?
Watch, see it happen in real time, and read everything that we put out.
Watch what?
Watch our lives. Watch the
Do you have a
videos
specific
that I'm uploading on YouTube.
I think you're forgetting how stressed I was selling our one thing. Do you like how you've forgotten that you got stressed? Remember that roof deck pool? You got so stressed that I got stressed, where I'm like, this shit's broken, because the next plan for the next 5 days was going to result in how much in sales for you? Yeah, zero. So what's the thing that I read, that I discovered, that I read, that was getting off of zero sales? It has to do with you being CTO.
I was about to say CTO, VP of marketing. Instead of having me sell and do the things, Larry was selling in person to people or just having conversations with people, really, and then I'm doing all of the work.
But who's doing the, yeah, so correct, yeah. Go. I'm not going to interrupt you. I mean,
doing the work in what means? Meaning I am writing and creating the web pages and distributing that stuff on across the internet with a web page and with a Twitter post that points back to the web page. And so now I'm doing Web 12, and Larry is just teeing me up because he's a freaking genius.
fine with demoralizing people. I'm trying to pull the crabs out of the pot. What was the lecture series where you're fucking stuck at zero? 90% of Stanford, Harvard, and everybody who is 17 years away from a 4-year degree stuck at zero. The answer isn't go to college and get an engineering degree, although that is also the answer. But what lecture series, where do I study this? I don't want to have to pay you $275,000. That's how much money I make in a day. Okay. I'm not just going to give you a day's worth of wages because your Chinese friend is super hot and super tall. Okay. Where do I get this stuff for fucking free? Derek Smalls, you seem super smart. You seem super smart. Can you answer basic questions?
GT 353.
You love the advanced shit. You love the advanced shit, and good job. Good job with the advanced shit. But what about the basic shit for the retards that barely went to the University of Illinois? Where do I go for $0? Answer the question. I mean,
Web12.io.
do you see how, like, this is why you're going to sell, but right now you're not great at it because a person usually is not ever this honest to you, because sellers are confidence artists, are cult leaders. You sound actually legit, but then now what's the thing that gets you over the money hump of, cool, you sound amazing, I want to give you $270. How can you give me $5,000 right now? Like, answer the question. I don't want to pay anything. I don't want to pay anything to you because you just learned how to sell. How do I get off of $0?
Is to sell one. And the way that you sell one
How?
is the Mark McCormack reverse rebate model. It's
okay.
This is
you
can pay.
You don't see. Keep going with the Mark McCormack reverse rebate model because you ace it.
I was gonna say you can pay $5,000 for this today, but if you take 5 pages of notes and post all 5 pages of those notes from reading 5 chapters in the book on your social platforms, I'll pay you your $5,000 back. So really, you get to learn the stuff for free.
How?
But
because people are gonna ask this. Do you see how do you see why you're demoted to marketing intern, aka CTO? Because you can't do customer service, which is lectures 1 through 7 or lectures 1 through 9 of CS183S.
Mm-hmm.
What? Does that ring a bell for why you're...
It does. I misunderstood the question. You're right.
You misunderstood. What question did I ask that you misunderstood?
Where can I get this for free? And so I said,
and that's all of everybody's value is, why is somebody gonna... Do you see how that's what you're selling on social? Because we're not selling shit on social. People are gonna be nervous, like, oh, he's so awesome, that guy's so awesome. I don't want to make money selling on social. I want to be able to find out if your brain is on. Can you pick up a $1,000 bill? So you said $5,000. How are you going to get me my money back? And you can't just say, read 5 lines. Don't even read 5 pages. And sure, you could say 5 chapters. If you can read 5 pages, after you read a page, take a picture of the page that I tell you to read, page 274, transduction, respond to it. Oh, I read that page. Bam, $1,000. Do you get how $5,000 and then, oh, general. Like, how do I get my 5K back? Is $1,000 5 times. That's why you no longer get to call it the Mark McCormick reverse rebate model, because you can't explain it. And now people are going to be like, oh, the Mark McCormick reverse rebate model sounds like it's quarter baked, because you can't take it all the way home and then give people the FU walk away. Sorry, you're not hot enough for me to bang. I'm going to not even try to make money from you. You've seen me do this. What we're doing is, here is $50,000 to Mary Lou. Here is $8,000. Fuck the write-off. Just fuck off. This is the reverse rebate model, which is you pay $5K and then 5 1,000s, and you can't hammer it back because you're just like, oh, well, obviously I give it back to you. They have no idea how the reverse model, because if they understood it, which you've never gotten to, they would then say, well, how do you benefit? I pay you 80 grand for software that would take Larry Chang 17 minutes to code, right? It would take me 17 minutes, because who's really CTO of this bitch? Okay.
I do all the work. Larry gets all the credit.
That's in the future. That's not even funny. Do you see why that joke's not funny yet? Joke's not funny yet? And also, now you lose everything because you were acing it, and that's fine. That's what CTOs do, okay? We'll explain that joke after this because it's hilarious, and it'll come full circle. Let's finish. Why don't you finish the rebate model? What's the rebate model called? You don't get to say my mentor's name. Get my mentor's name out of your mouth. You like that? I can drop
it's LCRRM, the Larry Chang
Okay.
reverse rebate model.
Okay, so how is that? How does 5K? I'm confused. I pay you 5K? That doesn't sound like a what? What are you talking about? They don't say it that way, but that's how they feel emotionally. That's how they feel emotionally, because they don't have $5,000, dude. Well, they do, but a billionaire, they don't want to buy drinks in their own hotel room because they think $17 Fiji water is a ripoff. $17? How are you going to get me my $17 back? Answer.
So the way you're going to get your $17 back is by taking these two actions. So one is taking a picture of the Fiji water and writing 12 sentences about it, and you'll get.
I have a question. So when it says Derek Smalls, did you just write that shit in Sharpie and then slap it on the Fiji bottle? Is that what you did? Because I'm looking at this Fiji bottle and it says Derek Smalls slapped. Like, did you just write that shit in Sharpie and give me a Fiji bottle? The answer is yes. Okay, so Fiji bottle, continue.
So take a picture and email, publish, post that picture one time and get $10 back. If you tag me in the post to show me that you actually wrote, email, published, posted the blog about the $17 Fiji water you bought from me in the hotel, I'll give you your $7 back. And so
7 or 10? You said 10 or 7. Do you see? I'm so confused
because
here.
it's $17. It's $17. So you're getting your money back 2 times. You're getting $10 back upon the first action and $7 back upon the second action.
That was actually the first time that you said the rebate model correctly. That was actually the first time in 8 months. That's why you're CTO, bitch. That's why you're CTO. That's why you're CTO. Is that funny or is that not funny?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah. So explain the joke of, give the pre-roll to the joke. Everybody's confused. I'm even confused, and I gave you the joke to steal. I do all the work. I do all the work, you said.
Because
Explain that joke.
that's the experience for most CTOs, is that they're the ones who are doing a lot of the work for their companies. And the big guys take responsibility for all of the work that their CTOs do. So oftentimes, even with the CTO we actually spoke with yesterday at book club, they're always like, oh man, fuck that guy. I did all the work and he took all the credit. And anytime we've told a CTO that, they literally laugh. And we ask, why'd you laugh? Why'd you laugh? And they're like, well, it's a mean way to say it, but it's funny because it's actually kind of true.
And then
Even, go
keep
ahead.
going.
Well, I was
No,
going
go
to
ahead.
say, even yesterday with the CTO we were speaking with, we had said that joke to him and he laughed. And so we asked him exactly that. Hey, why is that funny? He's like, yeah, it's funny because it's true. The way that they say it for my company is, oh, it's time for the old guys, or it's time for the veterans to come in and finish it once something that the CTO was doing had actually gotten some traction. He's like, oh, okay, good job, good boy. Now we're going to take care of this. We did this. Thank you behind closed doors, but I definitely did this. I am the front runner of this thing. And so that seems to be the experience for most CTOs, is that at some point it goes from, I'm so happy to do all of the work, to, man, fuck that guy. Like, why is he taking credit for all of my shit? What I thought about it. And so that's why that joke is funny. It's funny in 5 different dimensions at the same time.
What's one or two of them, if you can share with us?
One of them is from the CTO's, your typical CTO's perspective, because the problem is that they think, fuck that guy, and they don't really see how much value they're actually providing to that person, because they want to be seen. They want to feel like they created the idea. So they're going to self-sabotage their own relationship because of that. I think another reason that joke is very funny is because it's also probably going to be a breakout session at some point for the Web 12 Summit. And so with that, it's the CTO breakout for, I do all the work and don't get any of the credit. Because we've spoken with the CTO and that was his experience. And so I think those are 2 of the reasons it's kind of funny, because it's how can we use it, and also someone else's who's CTO that was their feeling. I think are some of the reasons that joke is funny. And I think from our perspective is that was just a random joke that we said to a CTO, and he was like, yeah, like, okay, genius, thank you. And so it was something retarded that ended up being literally genius. And that's why it's kind of funny, because it's like, wow, that actually is going to work.
What's another dimension of it being funny?
Another dimension of it being funny is what it's an example of. It's like everyone wants to have their own thing or their own business, so to say. And so because of that, people become distracted by focusing on the wrong things. So that's a CTO focusing on, oh, I'm not getting credit for the work, and they're doing a bunch of negative. So I think
Do you
it's
think it?
funny because it highlights the mindset of problem, of the problem that most CTOs have.
And what problem is that?
That they're trying to hire and outsource and complicate the process when in reality is they need to be doing book club, they need to be hanging out with their founders or their team and taking physical notes of what's happening in real time, documenting that stuff in email publish posting it. You don't it's web 12. It's 2026. Like, you no longer need a marketing agency. You no longer need these like old versions of doing the business. It's simply just email publish posts or copy paste post. Like, it's just so easy. And we keep wanting to get distracted with all these different things or all these other ways you could go about trying to do business. And it's just silly. Like, just take action, capture it in the moment, and post it as soon as you have an opportunity to post it. And so really that's the big problem with most CTOs, is just that they're not doing the bare. You have to do a dance on Instagram. You could just be a real person downtown walking around in Austin, Texas, and now you actually have the information to talk about over the course of the day, the set of blogs to actually write over the course of the day. Like, we've had this conversation now for almost an hour. And all that I'm thinking about is, man, I can't wait to get down to Paseo here in a moment because I have so much writing to do. I have so many emails that I need to write to myself to publish them as web pages on Web 12. And so that is why that is funny, and how that expands into the problem with most CTOs, with most businesses, that people just throw money endlessly at these things. It's like, it's actually way easier than that and more
Expand
capital
on that.
efficient than
Expand on
that.
that.
So,
If you're comfortable, expand on that.
yes. So this is something I'm rather comfortable expanding on, is something Larry and I talked about at book club, which is a unique, useful insight of mine from working in the online space for the last 5 to 6 years now. Is we lived in a fake economy, at some point for a handful of years over the last, 6, 7 years. And during that time, being a young guy, I was in the online space. And during that period of 3 years, from 2019 through a little bit of 2022, we were in a fake economy. People were getting checks from Uncle Sam, and we're just throwing those into companies, throwing it at offers, throwing it at random products online. So, how do I know this? How was I able to see this? I was working with one of the largest Airbnb online coaching platforms for a period of time, called B&B Formula, where they're helping people scale with Airbnb. And I was working with the company from the period of them doing $800,000 a month and scaling to doing over $5 million a month. And then it completely crashed down and has now like practically disappeared since then. So why did that happen? It happened for two reasons. One, the founder didn't know who Irv Grosbeck was, and he didn't read New Ventures in the Entrepreneur. Any of the chapters that talk about bankruptcy, almost all of them do, except for the sixth edition. So editions 1 through 5 with Irv Grosbeck, you'll be able to find it. And the second flaw was just not really realizing that we were making money from Airbnb. Not from Airbnb, we were making money from the unemployment checks that were going out, from the PPP loans that businesses and people were getting. So it was fake cash, it was a fake economy. And because of that, now everyone's crying werewolf that the agency model is dead, that the info model is dead. But honestly, all of those companies that went $0 to $20 million during that time, none of them are anywhere to be found now. None of those founders exist. None of those products or offers are still around. And so that's part of it. That's why. It's that it was just a fake economy. It was fake tits, fake economy, fake ass. It was just fake everything. And now that woke money, it's gone. It's not happening anymore. That's not what we are doing. And so now it's not about being cool on Instagram. It's about being a real person all across all of the internet.
How
And
does
so
that? Keep going.
Well, I was just going to say, instead of trying to create a unique post and position your hips in the right place for Instagram, instead, what you do is you turn on live, you walk downtown, you talk to people, you do things, you do unique things. Another example of this is you get on an exercise bike and you build an offer in real time. This is something I messed around with in the past. But it's taking action and doing things that are so simple that everyone thinks that you're retarded for doing it. And it's like, no, I'm actually just taking it serious. I'm actually just showing up every day, doing stuff and posting about it. You know, you haven't seen me do a backflip yet.
What's the call to action? What can we do to financially benefit? Because right now it sounds like, and I'm in it, it sounds like you're pitching a cult or MLM. What's the real component to it?
What's the real component to it? It's the real component to it is that we're becoming supernatural financially by fixing our broken brain and implementing Web 12, aka Web 0 plus Web 1 plus Web 2, which is just being a real person in the real world, doing book club and getting to know our market better than anyone else in the world possibly could, and serving them and helping them out in ways they never thought would even be possible. Like, I could see how, even speaking with some of the owners for the nightclubs and places I've used to work at, is they think just because they exist and have a brick and mortar shop that they're like, that's why they're popping. That just because they exist, that's why people go through. But the thing is whenever you look up these clubs, whenever you look up things to do in Austin or around the city, it's dark. You can't find it. They do not exist. And so they feel like they have all of these ways. And so Web 12 solves that. Web 12 solves that by book club, by being the best guest, by being the best host, and helping businesses help their people feel welcome, help their building look full, help the people who are walking their dogs feel like they're safe to go walk there and grab coffee there every single day, because there's this tall guy with the cowboy hat that gives their dog treats. That's how. That's how. Is
That's
it
like
just takes
food for
this idea and makes it real. It's free food for Legion. It's the last piece of chicken problem that we wrote about yesterday on Web 12.
talk about
You know
that.
the last piece of chicken? So the last piece of chicken problem, it's a lot like the last piece of pizza problem, where you have 9 ducks and they're sitting in a circle and they're all eating pizza. And now there's one slice of pizza left. And so everyone, out of the kindness of their hearts, tries not to eat one of those the last slice of pizza, because it's the last slice of pizza. It's rude. It's not considerate of the others to be the guy who eats the last piece of pizza, or selfish. And so that's the last piece of chicken problem. It's me hanging out with all of my friends down in Houston, and we're eating some Frenchie's fried chicken. And we all have 3 pieces, but now there's 1 piece left. And now we're all just sitting at the table looking at each other like, who's going to get that last thigh? It's looking really good. And now the chicken is cold, the double crust has fallen off, and it's no longer worth a bite. And we end up leaving, and no one ate the last piece of chicken. So the last piece of chicken problem is that mental dissonance people experience whenever they're sitting in a group and all trying to fight over the last piece of chicken, or act like they don't want the piece of chicken out of the kindness of their heart for everyone else around them. And because everyone is being performative, everyone is feeling that way, nobody eats the last piece of chicken. And so you can do that. If there's that last piece of chicken, well, hey, that should turn into free food for Legion. You know, how could you get your $200 lunch sponsored with a piece of chicken? That's how, is you chop it up and you put little toothpicks in it and you hand it out and you try to sell empty leftover chicken
Is
from
it empty leftover
wherever.
chicken, or is it real chicken, dude? It's
It
empty
is real
leftover chicken. Why would you say empty leftover chicken? Talk about why you chose that language.
I chose
did
that
you
language
why did
because
you
in
literally
my
shit?
mind,
Why did you shit on the chicken? You said empty
I
leftover chicken.
I
Like,
was
this
I
is
shit on the chicken because in my mind I was visualizing the bucket of chicken, and so I was thinking empty chicken bucket with a little bitty piece of chicken and getting the stick out of it.
but then why would
And
you
because
say
of that,
that?
I Oppo taco shit on the chicken.
Sure, it'll be fine.
Do you see why you shouldn't tell people that you're going to distribute shitty chicken? Why would you say negative about? Do you think that you're getting imposter complex because richness is handing out chicken, and that's your arbitrage, and then now you're trying to shit on chicken? It's like those videos where they're doing street food and they're sabotaging the food, where you aren't going to sabotage the food because it's fresh from a dude named Ricardo. I gave you that on a silver platter. And you're now going to take Ricardo's going to hear, oh, I'm going to take Ricardo's shitty chicken because you said I'm going to take a bucket of dirty chicken, or whatever negative words you said. And how's Ricardo going to feel because you're broadcasting on Web 2? Like, you're on record. I'm not deleting this video ever.
Mhm.
So then why would you do it? And share with people why I rewired, because this is a cult. Okay, so what am I talking about? Do you understand what I'm talking about? Explain to people what's going on.
So there's a couple layers deep of what we're doing here. One is fixing my brain in real time. And so the mistake
How's your
that I
brain
made
even
in this-
broken?
The
How's your brain even broken? What? Everybody's perfect as they are. Everybody's perfect as they are. Like, what are you talking about fixing?
my brain was broken because I wasn't using it. And so
General, never answering the question. You know what? This feels like a cult. It feels like an MLM. That really tall Chinese guy, okay? He looks like your cult leader. Are you in danger? The fuck are you talking about? And then now you say,
no, it's not a cult. No, the cult leader won't fuck you because you're not hot enough.
oh,
But
wait.
just because
That's
it's
advanced. That's
amazing
advanced.
doesn't mean that it's a cult.
Okay, so again, that's way advanced. Okay, answer the question. Why was your brain on what you call Apotaco? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Oppo Taco is taking the opportunity just to talk versus moving the conversation in the direction of the problem solution conversation. And so my brain is broken, has been broken because of doing, which would make me do Apo Taco, which would make me take those opportunities just to talk versus trying to shut up and take a moment to think about what could be the right thing to say that could advance this, that could move this forward in some way, either getting us closer to a problem, getting us closer to a solution, or just building a relationship and winning the room today.
I don't know if the audience is confused. I know you, and I'm confused. So just start over, answering the basic question, because people are going to ask you basic questions, CTO. That's why you got demoted from CEO of your own company, which is answer the question, why did you use language that was decimating your own money? You had chicken arbitrage and you decided to ruin a perfectly good business protocol. And it's not the first time you've done it, because you've done it eight times. So what is it, and am I being too hard on you?
not gonna say
Enter to Bluetooth.
what boomers say, which is,
Bluetooth connected.
does the old stuff work better than the new stuff? I'm not gonna say that because I don't want to sound like a boomer. But my old phone, I'm talking oldest phone, not the new phone that's got an STD, not the new phone that's definitely got an STD, not the other new phone that's got an STD, which is maybe having a plan B, plan C, plan D. Did we just invent new birth control that's called Plan C? What is Plan C? Plan C is Plan Chang. You see, Plan B is for when you're trying to abort a Chad Tyrone or Lawrence baby. A Plan C is where you say, I want to have a baby with Larry Chang. That's my Plan C. Because there is no such thing as Plan A for birth control, except for withdrawal or whatever the joke is that we're going to workshop later. What Plan A to Plan B does is it extrapolates a slam dunk of a joke. Cheers to us slam dunking. Cheers to us slam dunking. Which is Plan C for birth control. Plan C for birth control is right up the exact alley for Web 12 humor. Plan C for birth control is the opposite of controlling birth. It's to birth out a giant. It's to birth out a baby. Plan C for birth control is to birth out a C Chang. When I say Plan C for birth control, it's not birth control as in extermination of a new life form that is curiously gonna look Asian. Look into the mirror. If you are blonde, blue-haired, blue-eyed, and blonde, or you now are saying, I have brown hair, Larry, it's not blonde, you're telling me that you're old enough to have Plan C for birth control, meaning you're older than 22. As blondes get older, our hair gets light brown. Plan C for birth control. Maybe you laughed already, but maybe that was a polite laugh where you really didn't understand what I was talking about. That happens once in a while. Let's you and I meet for the first time and get on the same page. Maybe you've met me before, but this will be meeting me a first time because once you understand this, you and I will be kindred, connected, and we will laugh together and improve together. Plan C for birth control. Maybe you're not versed in over-the-drugstore counter methodologies for, oh my God, somebody cream pied, let's take the morning after pill. That would be Plan B, I think. I don't, because if she gets pregnant from oral BJ, she did the secret agent thing to try to get pregnant, which is she did a oral sex, a fellatio, and then she ran to the bathroom going, spits it out in her hand, and then shoves it up her vagina. Countermeasures, engage. I'm talking about Plan B humor, turning into Plan C. You see, Plan C is... There you go. Plan C for birth control is me telling... is on the fritz. Breaking the habit of being a baddie. Breaking the habit of being a baddie. Are you a baddie? Are you a baddie that's gonna have some bad habits? Your body keeps the score. How did I even come across this book? I came across this book because a baddie told me that that was her favorite book. If that's your favorite book, I'm gonna say, why? Should I read it too? And then I'm going to understand you better, and between blowies, I'm gonna be able to connect. I'm gonna be able to see that, that we can have a conversation about things that you read about and then you thought about, because that way, between dates, we're gonna have something that improves between us, between interactions. And the structure of it is called Your Body Keeps the Score. You see, I'm gonna read your book, and then I'm gonna extrapolate a book that I would want to read if I were a woman. This is a dual PhD. This is Ron Lauther chiming in. It's kind of like your mushroom keeps the score. Your kit of mushrooms, it keeps a score, which is, hey, did you go to Mandrake Coffee? Did you go to Mandrake Coffee, and did you get coffee grounds? Your grapefruit. Your grapefruit keeps the score. We're talking about breaking the habit of being a bad woman. We're talking about breaking the habit of being a baddie. Ron, have you gotten your mushroom situation started? Ron, how's my sound? Fucking iPhone. Fucking iPhone. iPhone bad. Good. Don't let that mushroom kit intimidate you. Just perforate. Just perforate the perforations. Make an X cut. Do it one way, one time, before you bring in the coffee grounds. Breaking the habit of how you used to watch a video. I can do this all day. Which is breaking the habit of being a baddie. So, as I help us with a laugh or two, I'm going to show you my agenda. This is my agenda. Yeah.
YouTube Live.
What does Larry do during sunrise videos anyway? What does Larry do before the sunrise video starts? What does he do before the start? He turns on his unicorn light. Gotcha. I gotcha, sunrise. Gotcha. 99 Days of Sunrise videos. That was 2025. This is January 14, 2026. What do you do? What do you do waking up like that? How do you do Nadi Shodhana breathing? My ears, my eustachian tubes just became eustachianed. My eustachian tubes. Fiat food, fiat money, fiat times. When the government's faking money, it's kind of like a microphone that's wireless that is faking you out, which is why we have a backup plan. What is your backup plan for when the US dollar stops being able to buy things? Or do you think that the almighty US dollar will always be super mighty? Because we're talking about fake fraud, fake money, fake social media, people calling me a fake. I do this for at least 30 minutes a day. How's my sound? Seriously, how's my sound? Is it pretty good? How's my audio? Is the sunrise video ruining my audio? Cool. Welcome. We're talking about fake government, governmental fraud, fiat Federal Reserve, fiat money, and fake social media. These aren't just negative, because I'm not a negative person. I caught ya. You see, not you guys, but you see when I catch other people, right? And I do a turnaround, I caught you. This is us doing a turnaround of the United States of America. Oh boy, not this fake. Thank you. I'm adding you as a moderator because you being temporarily retarded helps everybody go from, it helps because your slam, your triangle ratio, it's perfectly fiat comedy. KJ in the house.
Bluetooth cancelled.
Why is my audio? Because it's fiat comedy. The radio waves are EMF attacked. That was a pretty quick 180. That was a super fast 180. That was a little too fast. Because, oh boy, not this fake boring guy again doesn't stop talking, but
that says, subscribe, y'all. You've been unmoderated. You've been unmoderated. What are you? Are you just that? Are you okay? Fiat, just like KJ, going from hater to lover. I get it. It's because you're gay. All are welcome inside this LGBTQ TT plus community. All are welcome because I'm not fake as fuck. You're retarded and neurodivergent. At least you're no longer pansexual. At least you're no longer pansexual. At least you're no longer pansexual. At least you're no longer neurodivergent. How did I so quickly know that you were not even real gay? You're fake gay. You're fake gay. The gay. It's because you went from this is the US dollar, this is Federal Reserve, this is the government trying to tax our way out of a problem and spend our way out of a problem. This is all the video value in one nutshell. Here we go. Says Kevin Jones won. Oh, was Kevin Jones 2 taken by you? Kevin _ Jones won. Oh boy. Right out of the chute on his or her, on her, on her, on her. Ooh. Wow. 7th video. Let's call it 6th video. Video 1, Larry Chang Q&A. That video had 775K transferred. Gay robot, annoying Asian, that's what you said. Being a pawn in a game, you didn't even know you were in the game. Thank you for coming in that video. Understanding the psychology of you, YouTube live audience. Oh my God, you sat in there for like 3 hours. And then the other videos. And then you come on and you say, oh boy, not this fake, boring guy again. Doesn't stop talking, says nothing. Accusing people of being a gay robot while you're being a gay robot is some perfectly fiat comedy. Perfectly fiat comedy. Perfectly fiat comedy. Perfectly fiat comedy, why? Because I made you a moderator after you said some super negative stuff, and you said, like and subscribe. Double that screen, y'all. That's not how ingenuity works. Because that is how neurodivergence works. That is how pansexuality gets formed. We're about to have some really good gaydar right out of the chute. You see, when you ask pansexual people, what's your origin story? Lies. Remember, this is fiat comedy. It's all a joke. It's all a joke. Fiat comedy. Gaydar. You got gaydar because that's how you got gay. Jokes, folks. These are jokes. Fiat comedy. You see, you tried to poke me in my anus, in my starfish, with something that was a fiat erection of fiction. A fiat fiction erection. Because you are harmed, you're trying to harm me. Is this what they talk about inside of gaydar, where it's a circle of abuse, where you just pass it on down to somebody younger than 22, because it happened to you younger than 22? I quote, oh boy, not this fake, boring guy again. Doesn't stop talking, but says nothing. I'm solving your current therapy mishap because you're lying to your therapist about your origin story. Not your origin story.
I'm like, I'm watching. Yeah. And that's how far it's. Yeah. So, because I still have the social keys. Mhm. Whatever. Somebody. Oh yeah, 100%.
Jesus forgives you.
Oh, but you're good. It's Larry,
Trying to fuck a boy.
the crazy guy with the
It's
cowboy
Larry
hat.
Chang.
What's up?
Yeah, we do stream at the club sometimes. I can send you consent. It's okay. um, so you have hidden, which is brick and mortar. Have you considered hideout? You consider combining the two? Like, why is that? We're working on our second. It's the opposite. So it just doesn't make sense. Well, fair enough. Not necessarily combining the two, but it's a book club. It's a within Hideout. It's a way to get people engaged and still sell sauna and get people to get memberships and do the sauna each and every single day, but also a way to spin up a conversation while you're showcasing, hey, this is a sauna. Hey, we've got this thing. Like a hospital. I'm still ready for all that. If they walk, they like to walk over beverage, don't really like it's in house. Not still a little. That works. So I go in more like those just awesome. Angry. So she's but I understand. If you're just, I mean, it's just book club. It's just setting up shop in a location and just going to the market and getting it in front of them and getting people to sign up, getting people to pay for it. Um, you know, in front of the thing. So tell me about this second location. Say you're going to be working the second one this year. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Very cool. Well, whenever it comes around, at least be open to trying to do a little grand opening party for you guys. Try and get it in front of the market. In Connecticut. Yeah, we're all over the place. So we're going to be doing events for F1. We're doing events for the Super Bowl. We're doing them here in Austin. We're doing them in LA. We're doing them in Singapore. So marketplace. Yeah. What's a good phone number for you? Do you have your phone? Yeah, I do, but I'd like to just try and take notes as well because I've really enjoyed getting to know you here as well, Quentin. So I'll take note and I'll shoot you a text and yeah, 5 5. It was great to connect with you here, Quentin. And thank you for sharing the book as well. I'm definitely gonna have to check it out. I'll be here doing book club, but you're more than welcome to join as well. All good. Thank you for coming by. And we've got another book to check out as well. So maybe it'll be at the next book club. Yeah, which one is it again? This one is the Lean Product Playbook. We've got What They Don't Teach You at Harvard and New Business Ventures and the Entrepreneur. So this is the 6th edition. I would recommend. We had that. Yeah. I haven't seen it. Yeah. The 6th edition just went kind of woke, and it doesn't have Irv Grosbeck in it. And so there's no chapter in this book about ducking bankruptcy, which is the problem most most founders end up having is that they yeah. And so really the big thing with this is that most people go to market strategy is doing things that is not going to the market. And the reality is that book club is a front for going to the market. Like, how else can you build a product that's perfect without taking an opportunity to know your market better, deeply, and more intimate than anyone? And the way you do that is it's quantum. It's go to market strategy in the real world. It's setting a book club in the hideout. So not only are you setting up to be cold open to sell saunas, you're also setting up to be cold open to talk about Etch, to talk about hideout sauna location number 2, and to say, hey, this operator is absolutely genius. You guys should buy what he tells you to buy because he's literally the GOAT. He makes my life so freaking easy. It's like me and Larry. Larry's the CEO, but I'm the CTO, the VP of marketing. So he everyone thinks he only works for 2 hours, 4 hours a day, and then I'm doing the work. I'm taking the notes. I'm creating the web pages. I'm doing the cold opens. I'm doing the book club. I'm the one that's running the go to market. And so it's kind of the same. It's kind of the same thing. It's just book club. All right, you take it easy, Quason. It was great to meet you. But that's the thing is lots of people are trying to go to the market with marketing strategies that's not penetrating the market. They're trying to do go to market on Web 2 and they're not doing go to market Web 12. They're not writing 12 sentences about what it is that they're doing. So even Quason, guy who joined us here for book club, has a sauna business called Hideout that he says is doing good and it's his priority, but he wants to keep. So he has 2 businesses. It's that, but the other one is called Etch. And in his mind, he wants to keep these things separate. Even though Etch is in beta and he has 10,000 face scans and it's getting really, really good results, he doesn't want to go to the market. He doesn't want to take it in front of people and actually present this thing. But he already has a brick and mortar business that's doing well, so well that he's about to open up a second location, and that he's able to take a trip here to Austin just to go watch the New York Knicks game play the Spurs down in San Antonio today. And that is the mistake, is treating these things as separate. I think, Larry, there's actually a word for this. We said it the other day with Mei Lu. It's for whenever one person breaks themselves into two separate people.
Back on topic. It's back on topic for you. It's
Mhm.
back on topic for you. It's called diversify, but I didn't use that word. I called it split dissociative, but I turned his shitty brain into a good brain, not your shitty brain, which is back on topic again. Queued up for you like a softball on a tee that you're going to knock out of the park, which is split dissociative. Back to you for your split. One side's very eloquent and good, and then what happens when everything's going great? What do you do?
I self-sabotage that somehow with Apo Taco because
Nobody
I'm
knows
not.
what Apo Taco is, and when you talk to people, you can't say fuck you words like the way when I say fuck you, what do you say?
Thank you.
Right, but people don't get that. That's why that's a private joke. Apo Taco is a private joke. So what are you okay, so what is your self-sabotage about that I unwired? You did not unwire your self-sabotage. So I'm expecting a PhD thesis, which is how much is this value? How much is this worth? How much is this worth?
Millions of dollars.
Yeah. Never use the word million ever again because you're talking about a thing that is impossible. How many lifetimes pruning the old self? How many lifetimes would it take for you to make $3 million?
3 lifetimes.
Okay, but now
Less than 1 lifetime.
I like you sandbagging. Self-sabotage. The ball is in your court, Derek Smalls. On social media at Derek Smalls. That's 2 R's ICK. Small, no S, JR. Go.
What we've been able to figure out together is that for some odd reason, I tear myself down when I'm winning. So to expand on that, it's Apo Taco. It's me saying earlier, like I said,
You're no
shitty
longer
chicken
allowed to
because I
say
don't.
Apo Taco. You're no longer allowed to say when everyone's confused. You can't say a fuck you phraseology. This is why before when I met you, I thought you could sell. You can't say a fuck you phraseology. 11x hashtag emaxing. Okay, you can't say an fu. And that's another version. That's another thing that you do, which is you can't tell the other person I can do that. I have won enough because on the other side of me saying something complicated, hashtag HTG HFA OTR, hashtag EUTWM PPM. I have earned that. And there is nothing on the other side of other people earning Apo Taco. Like there's nothing on the other side of it. You're no longer allowed to say that word. Because every time you say it, everything of what I already did, and also while I'm telling you to stop saying it, stop saying that I don't do shit. Who's done the work of my company? Who's done the work of my company? Let's be honest. No, you
Larry
keep
Chang.
joking. You keep joking about the fact that I do all the work. How much work, ratio wise, is it me to you? Ratio wise.
70-30.
Look at Who charged your phone? Look at how I delivered back your government document with value. Look at it. I know you're having a hard time processing information. Did you see that did you see
Yes.
it?
Yes.
Yes.
I did. Yes.
So is it 70-30? What about the book? What about your book? Who wrote your book?
You gave me the outline for my book.
How much of it?
All of it.
Who gave you your company? Who did the work? You can't say a falsehood, which is, even if it's jokingly, which is the CEO of the company, he doesn't do shit. That's not funny, because how would you feel if you wrote the whole book and then they're like, oh, well, they did less than 30% of it? Or what? What? Look at your phone charged. Who charged it? You didn't charge it. So talk about self-sabotage and try to not use the 11x thing that, okay, go.
It all comes down to, I'm saying shitty chicken because I don't emotionally deserve success yet. It's
Is that
carrying
true?
myself. No,
Oh my
it's
God.
no longer true. But
Do
that's
you
what we've
see
been
it?
able to identify. And so it's breaking free. It's breaking the habit of myself, breaking the habit of being myself. It's breaking the habit of doing
Who is
that.
pruning? Who is pruning? Who is doing chapter 11 work? Pruning away your old self. Are you doing
You,
any of the work? Are you doing any of the self-sabotage mitigation work?
yes,
No. Be honest.
you are forcing me through it.
So why are you in danger then? Because I get it. How do you not get it? Again, I ask the simplest of questions, which is, what is going on with your self-sabotage? Here's another question. How are other people going to benefit from 98% of humanity coded the same way? And I mean programming, natural Larry programming, neural linguistic programming, Augie Garrido programming. So remember, you have actually gone past it. I watched how you double douched the dude by claiming credit on all of my shit and barely giving me any credit. Okay. That's the stage that we're in right now. I'm doing the CEO's work. I'm doing 100% of your CTO work. What is your role right now? What is your role right now? Isn't it marketing
CTO,
intern? Isn't it marketing intern?
CTO, the VP of marketing for Web 12.
But do you see how you gained confidence? Because what role are you functioning as?
As a marketing intern.
But why do I have to say that? Okay, so walk us through the model that I took 10 hours to to conjure up for you. What model are we paste copying?
Pruning away your old self.
You did the same thing, which is you did Hollerback from 1 minute ago. That is semi-correct. What model are we doing company-wise? Do I have your
We're
consent to be
doing
honest with you?
turnovers. One more time?
Do I have your consent to be honest with you?
Yes.
That sounded like a question,
I said yes.
but that sounded like a question the way you said it.
Yes, Larry, you have permission.
But now it sounds like you're captured. Are you in a cult?
No, this is not a cult. It's funny you say that, actually.
It's funny that what?
I said it's funny that you said that, if this is a cult or not.
why would it be funny that I'm repeating somebody else's remedial accusation?
Because I actually get asked that question quite a bit. And just because it's amazing does not mean that it is a cult. Can you read?
Oh, look at that prep. Derek, explain to people listener train of thought and then finally answer the question of self-sabotage. Go.
Listener
job,
train
by the
of
way.
thought. Thank you. Listener train of thought is it's listener train of thought. It's the thinking about from what is being said, what the listener, what train of thought that is going to make them go down. So the model or protocol we're currently running is book club. And with that, the listener train of thought is whenever we tell people book club, they typically ask some of the same questions. It's, oh, why do you have 3 copies of the book? Did you write the book? Oh, you have 3 copies of the book. Are you the writer? Are you Joe Dispenza? And I'm like, it's so funny you said that. Can you read? And this piece of paper says, no, I am not Joe Dispenza. And
So people ask the question and then you answer it with a piece of paper that you already wrote out. I get that because it's like jizzing in their face, especially when they're a hot girl. When have you
like,
seen us do it or me do it? When have you seen it? How does it go well? How does it go poorly? Case studies. Oh, chapter 6, case studies of your book. What's the other case study chapter?
chapter
That would
10.
be, oh, good job. You know the book, you know your own book almost as well as I know your book, because who knows Irv Grosbeck's book? Hold it up. Who knows that book? That is that Irv Grosbeck's book?
No, it is not. The 5th edition, the first 5 editions of this book are Irv Grosbeck's book. This is
Again,
the
I
6th
ask.
edition, which went woke, and it's not Irv Grosbeck's.
Again, I ask. Do you need me to re-ask the question? In selling, nobody ever re-asks. Everyone just says you're a dodger and you're full of shit. What was the question that I asked?
The
Hold up
question,
the Irv Grosbeck book.
I don't have the Irv Grosbeck book on me. I currently have the 6th edition of the Irv Grosbeck book. So the first 5 editions of the book were written, a chapter was written in the book by Irv Grosbeck. The 6th edition of the book, Irv Grosbeck is not in. Now, circling it back to,
Did you do that because you're trying to self-sabotage? When you have all the answers in a book, perfect segue.
to why do we self-sabotage? Why do we? Why do I?
Not we.
So why do I?
I don't know why. Or do I know why? But if I tell you why, yeah. Why? And what's the question? Can you repeat the question so that way we can clip?
Well, that was the question: is why? What is the protocol that we're currently running, and why do I self-sabotage? And the protocol we're running is book club, but really, in terms of self-sabotage, doing book club is facilitating an opportunity for me to break the habit of being myself and actually have a shot at becoming supernatural financially. Because what I was doing before that wasn't showing up each and every single day in a real location doing go to market strategy that's actually going to the market. My go to market was on my computer. My go to market was all Web 2 stuff, not Web 1 plus Web 2 to get to Web 12. And that's what I've been missing. So doing book club is playing 5-dimensional chess, and the first 0 dimension of that is fixing all of the invisible stuff going on in my brain by creating a new habit of showing up and going to the market every single day and getting repetition on selling a book, on selling a book club, on selling Web 12, on identifying people's problems and trying to solve them for them right then and there. So this is more go to market than I've ever done, even though I thought I've done so much going to the market with cold calling and creating offers and putting those offers in front of people. But now I know most of those opportunities that I thought were opportunities were people doing the courtesy of hearing me out on my offer and not actually, I wasn't actually trying to solve their problem. I was trying to show them this thing that I was selling. And they're different because one is about me trying to sell a thing. It's a very selfish way of trying to go to the market versus this is book club. I'm here, I'm doing my work, I'm running my business from book club. But also, when people ask, in them asking and being curious about book club is me having the opportunity to have a rep on was I able to properly identify that person's problem and was I able to solve it for them right there. And so that's the answer. Book club is
The answer-
the answer. Book club has been the solution to why I would self-sabotage.
Can you talk more about the 0 and why? Like talk about your emotional epiphany, or did you forget it?
I didn't forget it. It's 0. It's the most powerful number in the universe because it it causes you to change because 0 to 1 is invisible stuff. It's things going on in the mind that are preventing you from being able to just sell one. And so the big epiphany for me was that I was doing go to market strategy that was avoiding the market, that wasn't engaging with people. It was going to the market that wasn't engaging with the market at all.
Do you think that's because talking to customers is painful? And how did you get over the hump of how did you get over the hump? Or are you straddling the hump? And what hump are you talking? What hump are we talking about?
The hump of not being able to sell one.
And also combining it with the self-sabotage for after you see that one is sold by a person next to you, and then saying that the joke of, oh, but I'm doing all the work, where who's been selling 100.0% of our shiitake?
Larry Chang.
And do you see how when you make the joke of, but I'm doing all the work, talk about that dynamic of CTO, CEO, and then the dynamic that you can't quite put your finger on, which is a paste copy, which is VP marketing, VP sales. Because a founder's got to do all 4 jobs. This is why this video is going to be infinitely useful. Why do I think that this is infinitely useful to where I did kind of a lot of things in the last 45 minutes?
there's a lot of things happening at the same time. We are playing 5D chess. And so the problem is that wearing the hat of being founder means you have to do all four things. And that can feel a little overwhelming sometimes. And it also gives you an easy excuse to not do the real work of going to the market and trying to sell one.
So how do we solve that? Where do we go?
solve that
because
with a
people don't
mental
want.
shift
Okay, we
by
solved it with a
changing-
mental shift.
by changing my position or the hat that I'm wearing from founder of this thing to CTO, VP of marketing, aka marketing intern. That freed my mind from bearing the responsibility of, oh, there's this big audacious thing that I have to build, to where I can just put my head down and show up every single day and take quality notes. And the business has been created within my notebook. Like, this was an empty notebook on Thursday, and now it's completely full. It is completely full.
Stuff just fell out, by the way.
Yeah, this was my receipt from yesterday. It was, but
So
that's
again, it's CEO, CTO, VP marketing, VP sales. So what model are you paste copying? What model are you paste copying?
we are paste copying the model between two people. I don't remember what the business is, but I did write it down here in my notes, and I can't find it. Because this isn't a new model. This is a model that's already been run before.
Who forgot the model? Who forgot this model?
I forgot this model.
No, I forgot this model. It's not always about you. Do you remember on the roof deck, the douchey roof deck? I told you that I forgot the model, and then I answered and re-engineered the solution. And then where did I find the solution? What was the problem?
Yes. And it's the fluffy bond in the front, aka Larry, or the worker in the back, me.
Where did you go? Are you dark?
Can you see? Can you hear me?
No. I can hear you. I can't see you. It doesn't matter. Keep
There
going.
we go. You're able to see me now?
I cannot. It's okay. Keep going. We don't have to lose flow. Technical difficulties. Keep going.
There we go. Is it still dark? Let's go.
Ready? Ready. CTO, CEO, VP marketing, selling. Go. Go. Or take your time. You have the floor.
I don't remember what the name of the model was, but
It's the Achilles heel in your brain. It's the Achilles heel at Y Combinator. It's the Achilles heel of Stanford Engineering. How long would it take for you to get a 4-year degree at Stanford Engineering?
Probably like 7 to 8 years.
And do you see why this is shortening that time?
Yes.
This is why we read a book, which you get, which is, it would have taken me 10 years to write Hold Up Any Book, and I'll tell you all about it. Hold Up Any Book. There you go. So it would have taken me, hold it up, hold it up, hold it up. So that's Dan Olson. Chapter 9 is step 6. See if chapter 9 is step 6. So it would have taken me 20 years to write Product Management Handbook. It would have taken me a lot of time to connect up Tony Ulwick, Jobs to Be Done. But then Dan Olson, it would have taken him a lifetime if I didn't help him ship a joke franchise called hashtag PRODMGMNT. We're friends. What's chapter 9? Read.
Chapter 9, test your MVP with customers.
Is that step 6?
Yes, chapter 9, step 6.
Do you see how, and I'm kind of being hard on you, but I asked you if chapter 9 were step 6. In the real world, people don't ask a second time. They're gone mentally and never with you financially. You have that because that's default CS major. That's default CTO, which is flighty, can't answer. That's the 500th time that people ask simple things. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
So the Achilles heel of your brain, the Achilles heel of a business accelerator, the Achilles heel of Harvard, Stanford, MIT. What is the Achilles heel?
It's creating a foundation of action. Like
General. Creating a foundation of action.
to stand up on your own, to walk.
That's the Achilles
your
heel?
Achilles heel.
That's your Achilles heel? Do you see why free advice is the worst vice? Because this is the 13th time you've gotten the G spot. Maybe you're not heterosexual, but a G spot, the way it works is it's just perfectly the spot in the JJ. So what is that spot? Forget about Achilles heel. Let's call it a G spot. You seem like you slay. That guy, Derek Small, he fucks. Okay, so what is the G spot of entrepreneurship?
Making money.
You really?
It's what is the G spot of entrepreneurship?
Be honest and say, I paid $0 for this and I didn't value it when I got it. Or do you think that
I paid $0 for this and I didn't treat it like I paid $2 million for it?
That's why I loaded up $2 million. Your words, not mine. I think it's only worth 270 grand, 600 grand, because I sold the class that I had to rewatch myself. I drafted the class CS23S, same as CS23D. All I do is CS23D, and you can't play the play. You said make money. You said slay queen 11x. Hashtag where you did not remember first 7 lectures of CS23S, CS23D. What are the first 7 lectures?
Is you don't sell.
Okay, what are the next lectures?
Selling.
You don't, be honest, you don't know
20.
because
I
they're
don't know.
free on YouTube. There you go. They're free on YouTube. They're free on YouTube. Are you going to need to wait for there to be 2 million views in order for you to study and
No.
execute? Okay, great.
No.
So, what is the Achilles heel of why am I a top 30 noteworthy inside entrepreneurship education? What problem did I solve?
You solve my problem
Stop with
of
you. What's
my
the market problem? Solving your problem doesn't
the mar-
make
the problem with
hint chapter 10, hint chapter 12, hint chapter 17. Name the Irv Grausbeck edition that you didn't bring, that you
the
got
fifth
for
edition,
$2. Chapter 17. What are the other editions that you have?
2 and edition 3.
2. So hold on. So this is also what people will do to you when you're answering questions is they'll try to stack problems and be like, you can't answer my questions. Edition 2, chapter 10. Edition 3, chapter 13.
And so the problem that Larry is so good at solving is identifying in what way people's brains are broken and helping them see it for themselves
Oh,
and
no,
work
no,
through.
no. Oh, no. That's only because we're friends that I do that. I don't want to know your emotional hangup. What you said is inaccurate. I don't want to. Why would I do that in mass, dude? Why would I want to do that in mass?
Mhm.
Why would I want to do that? You got to get over your own emotional problems. I can only give you the solutions. I can't tell you why you temporarily don't want to make a layup or do 10 reps of layups, lefty, 10 reps righty, 10 underneath, 10 in front, blah, 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 blah. So what you said was, so walk, because this is the valuable part, which is why do you think people get stuck at 0 while letting their past
I got to grab the charger to plug this back in.
This video is filmed in front of a live instead of troll, I like to use patrol. Paw Patrol.
planted.
You fluff it up, you give them a little new soil, and then booyah! You got a brand new plant. And then the time-lapse video. Why the time-lapse video? Because the time-lapse video hacks into your brain for making your brain think that it accomplished something. Good morning. Eating food, writing fortunes. Eating food, making money. The time-lapse video of skipping the meal. This is you skipping ahead in the book. Before, when I was talking about the plant, where there are videos on YouTube, you see a person take a completely dead plant. It looks super sad. They wave the sad plant in front of you, and they're like, there's no way this thing could live. They throw it in some new soil, and then boom, via a time-lapse video, it feels like you repaired the plant. It feels like you were the doer of the tasks, where you're just sitting in the cook chair watching other people get rich. Ditto here, where you're in the no fucking zone, and you're saying, hey, these things that Larry talks about, they're super easy to do. My solution is I'm not going to do any of it. I'm not going to do any of it. I brought a guest with me. Do you like my guest? It's Mr. Robot. This is cultural appropriation, says the third world person. You're guaranteed from India, Pakistan. Guaranteed. Why? Because you can't culturally appropriate Chinese people. You like what I did there? You like what I did there? Devilman, oh yeah. Don't know what you're talking about. Is this one of those things where you're using 3 usernames to gain a consensus? Fortune cookies. It is very LGBT, homosexual, to try to create a consortium of 2 or 3 fake people in trying to gain your opinion to be adopted. And there you go. There you go. Where you're trying to build a consortium of fake support. Oh my God. This is called the dead internet theory. So what we're doing, and if you've never met me before, hi, I'm Larry Chang. My channel's on what they don't teach you in school. And what we're doing in this video is titled Eating Food, Making Money. The kind of food that we're going to be eating, since there's only one chef here, it's going to be Chinese food. And every Chinese food comes with a fortune cookie. So when we're talking about eating food and making money, these are going to be 100 plus fortune cookies of messages that we conjure up together. Maybe you've never written a fortune before. Maybe you've never been in a Larry Chang video before. What we're going to do here is I'm going to give you a dozen fortune cookies right off the bat. And if you don't see value in it, then be off with you. But here's the thing. It's going to suck you in like a vortex, like a tsunami just washing over you. Let's go back to the fortune cookie that I already delivered while delivering you another fortune cookie, which is this. It's called Expansion on a Prior. That's a fortune cookie. That's fortune cookie number 2. What you're doing with Expansion on a Prior is you're not hoping for your YouTube consumption. And I know some of you guys use YouTube as a pseudo job where you say, oh, well, my job today is I'm currently underemployed and I'm just going to watch YouTube videos. I get it. That's cool. Expansion on a prior is when you go back to a prior video and you take a little bit of action on that video. It might be commenting, hey, I watched your video a week ago. I took 2 components of action, and you leave that as a comment. You're not trying to juice the algorithm, because you are juicing the algorithm. Oh my God, that's number 3. Do you see how I can't help but help you write fortune cookies? You're not juicing their algorithm. You're juicing your own. You're the one who calls YouTube work. My God, there are so many fortune cookies. I'm still in the pre-roll for number 1, which is expanding on a prior. Because it is normal for our brain that's jacked in on dopamine to do always something new, always something new, always something new. That's another fortune. Always something new. 17 new things, 1 old thing. Because when you're always something new, always something new, always something new, your brain's going to be screwed because it's going to need new porn, not your old porn. Or your old porn plus 5% new weird shit. Crazy how many fortune cookies we're writing. Is it not crazy how many fortune cookies we're writing? Because we're still writing the one. It's called, and if you've never written a fortune or taken 1 line of notes, here we go. Expand on a prior. Expand on a prior. Your brain's the most powerful tool that no one gave you a user manual for. And I'm not going to be the one fixing your brain, okay? I'm not. What I am going to do is help you with this 1 fortune cookie. This is more beneficial than all the other videos you've ever watched in the past week, which is expanding on 1 prior. There you go. This is what we're doing in school today at Sunrise Videos. If you just joined, it's Larry Chang. My channel's on what they don't teach you in school. What we're doing here in this video called Eating Food, Writing Fortunes is we're writing a fortune that hopefully will get past the filter called "This message is held for review." Re-go. Expand on your prior message by writing a message that doesn't get caught by some super woke, retarded filter that Gemini 3 kind of wrote, but kind of didn't write. Expanding on a prior. It's realizing that this video already gave you 12 fortune cookies. This is still on expanding on a prior. You see, what we're doing with fortune cookie writing is that there's two sides to fortune cookies, the reader and the writer. Up till now, you've been a casual. So when you try to say something like, my culture is not your costume, what you're missing out on the fact that you don't know about Brokeback Mountain and Chinese restaurant. You don't know about that. Did you know about that Chinese restaurant? It's right at Brokeback Mountain. Guess what? 50% of the dudes are no longer gay there, and in the sequel, nobody's gay. I know. Your movie Brokeback by Ang Lee is now got a sequel. Everybody goes heterosexual because they prayed the gay away, which is us doing an expansion on a prior. Callback. That's what, in humor, it's called a callback. When you do stand-up comedy and then you go back to a prior joke, everybody laughs and you get a free compressed joke. That's called a callback. Callback fortune cookie, callback Brokeback, callback expansion on a prior. I know I said I was going to give you 12 fortune cookies inside of 10 minutes. I accidentally jizzed 20 plus fortune cookies. Let's say you're confused and you don't even have one yet. It's called expand on a prior. And what you're doing is you're saying, hey, I watched that plant video on plant propagation. I watched it. And then via a time-lapse video, what happened? Via a time-lapse video, they germinated. And then they got put into dirt. This is dirt. This is a pot. And then they took video. That then said, this is how the plant grew over the next 200 days. So it just blossoms. And then you feel like you planted that plant. And then when you feel like you planted that plant, you got sucked in to somebody else's suck. Because their video was meant to suck you in and then watch 10 more of their plant propagation videos. While you are currently sitting at 0 plants propagated. When you've not propagated any plants, and I'm not advocating for you to propagate plants, I'm advocating for you to write one fortune cookie. That's it. Just write one, which is expand on a prior. So you go to that plant video that you watched a week ago. So this is your homework, should you choose to become amazing, is you go to a video that you watched a week ago, and then you say, well, this will be a week from now. This is how this works. You go to this video that you watched on 1/28/26 day. So you say, hey, Larry talked about GameStop on 1/28/26 day. Larry also talked about Larry Chang, the whitest Caucasian in America, ranked in at number one, most Caucasian. Sit at your computer, maybe get out of bed, And ladies, stop flogging the dolphin, okay? Remove the fingers, and go grab a pen. So take your sticky fingers, if you're left-handed, if you're right-handed, take your sticky fingers, and grab a pen. And this is what you're gonna do with your pen. You're gonna say, expand on a prior. Oh, call back to being best friends. Bumble best friends. Call back, hashtag LABCS, live action business case study 1469. Oh my God, look at all these bumblebees I got. It's just bountiful. That's fortune cookie number 3. Fortune cookie number 2 is a plant propagation video where you say, okay, I'm gonna try to propagate one pothos, PATHOS, one plant pothos. What are we talking about? We're talking about machine gunning out fortune cookie messages, Geneva, Alcentia. I don't understand what you're saying. What we're doing is we're doing fortune cookie messages read aloud. And I'm not playing favorites, even though you kind of are my favorite right now. What? Don't worry, this is nonsense. Your negativity will be moderated. By yourself. Your negativity will be moderated. So will your positivity. Your positivity needs moderation. And I look forward to you moderating yourself. That's debatable. I don't know what is. Caucasian is from the mountains of Carcass. That's not true. You know that's not true. I don't know how much I needed an Asian guy in a cowboy hat talking to me about fortune cookies and plant propagation. Right? You can be promoted to moderator also. Why the suppleness of why? Why, Larry? We're being overly generous because that's what a fortune cookie is. That's what a fortune cookie is generosity. More like Cowboy Bebop. Are you still even here? Tell me who's here. In fact, tell me who's not a robot by telling me something in the background that you see, so that way I can tell if you're a robot or not a robot. Can you elaborate on this, or are you a voyeur with this? Oh, I'm going to be elaborating because fortune cookie number 1 is expand on a prior and explaining how it, yay for not robots. Expanding on a prior, which is similar to a joke with a callback. I love Christian people. Christian spam is welcome. If you can just tell me what's in the background, and then I timed you out for 10 seconds. Come back better after your timeout. $100 says this guy was adopted. Oh, you're getting adopted right now. You're getting adopted. Do you like how I flipped? I was gonna say, you're gonna adopt me. No, that's not good. I've semi caught up. If I need to make you a moderator because you're positive, you'll have to let me know by being more positive. There we go. So, fortune cookie sized messages, fortune cookies. It's eating food and making money. Because that's what happens when you eat at a Chinese food restaurant is you go there, you pick up your General Chow's chicken, and then you say, did you give me an extra fortune cookie? And then the woman grabs 3 more fortune cookies, and you're like, whoa, I only ordered $27 worth of food, and you're going to give me 5 fortune cookies? Thank you. So expand on a prior. What we're doing with that is this video, where this video will be your first plant. You're the seed. You're the fledgling propagation. You are the not seed from seed. You're basically already fully formed. But you're fully formed, but you're not growing. This is how to grow. This is how to propagate. This is 128-26 day. So what you're going to do is you're going to connect 2 or more fortunes. I'm going to give you 12 more, aside from the 12 I already gave. And you're going to say, okay, I'm actually going to revisit this video on Wednesday, February 4. Not arbitrary, it's specific because today is January 28th. So when you expand on a prior, what you're doing is you're wiring your brain to go wherever you want it to go. And let's say up till now you've said, oh my gosh, this person sounds smart. Maybe he'll give me a job. That's not this business model. That business model is down by the pyramid scheme. You take a right at Ponzi Street. That's that video. This video is $0 where I don't have a workshop to sell you, and I also don't have an email newsletter. In fact, I don't want you even texting or emailing me. That cell phone number that I published, that's real. That is real. That is real. My face is healing and my face itches. I took a baseball to the face again. I think my magnet, I think it's a magnet. Do you guys ever bite like the inside part of your mouth and then you keep biting it because it's swollen? Or have you ever had a bruise on your penis and then it gets more and more swollen and then it keeps on getting bruised? Oh, expanding on a prior, which is coming back to this video at some future point. Why? Because you don't go to one restaurant per week that's your favorite restaurant. Right now, your restaurant visitation is maximum twice per month. How do I know this? Because who goes out to eat in that goy slop, right? Your favorite restaurant, it's been going down a hill fast. Oh, water is delicious after cardio. Your favorite restaurant, it's been getting steadily worse. This is a fortune cookie that you can write down. It's called fiat food, fake food. Because the reason the Chinese food restaurant isn't sliding into the ocean as far as quality goes is that Chinese people are super consistent. That recipe that you really like for Chinese food, it's 6,500 years old. Nobody's changing the recipe. Other people's food, they're substituting out the olive oil with machine oil that's got naproline, which is a chemical, I know, chemical engineering background. It's a chemical used to extract oil from a thing that basically doesn't have any oil. Like seed oil? Hello? Seeds don't have very much oil. It's not even like juicing oil from a rock, which is shaling, which is hard to do, which is They used to have an expression for it. It's called, can you squeeze oil out of a rock? Because the oil that we're eating, it's oil squeezed out of a seed. And a seed doesn't have very much oil. Now you're screwed because that's not oil that you think is oil. It's actually chemical. That's why it's a chemical surfactant. That's why it's a chemical lubricant, because they needed to add a chemical in order to squeeze oil out of the seed. Larry, is this a chemical engineering video? No, but I'm just showing you why the food tastes like shit, because it's fried in oil that is not lard. There are restaurants right now that only use lard to make French fries. I'm not going to tell you who that is because they're not yet a sponsor. They're not yet a friend of the show. This is me. I'm your friend on this show. And this bumblebee that we just became best friends. Why? Because fake food is your next fortune cookie. When you're realizing that there's a bunch of food that's fake, you now get the fact that what I get, which is chapter 8 of a book called The Fiat Standard by Safedine Amu, which is chapter 8, Fake Food. So fake food impacts you greatly. Why? Because when you go out to eat, the food tastes like mush. Why? Because this is a video about eating food and writing fortune cookies. Why? Because what we're doing is we're saying, cool, I like older women. And you're saying, oh, you're making me hungry. Or, oh, my local Pan Express has it on lock, keeps it a 98 health review. Yeah, see? See? From talking about receiving a baseball to the face and talking about restaurant etiquette. Oh, that's just all part of it. Why? Because what we're doing is, I love how we're all mods now. Why would you not? Why would you not? Look at how well you're doing as a mod, where you don't want to mitigate other people. Oh my God, this is another fortune cookie. You want to moderate your own brain. This is a video that you're going to expand on in the future. What has been actionable up till now? I don't want you to think too hard because you're actually multitasking. This is what you're going to look back upon and say, hey, that was actually a useful video. This is what it is. Do you remember when I said chapter 8, Fiat Food, and I said Safedine Amu, and I said Fiat Standard? This is the thing that's of benefit, which is expanding on a prior. You basically want to memorize 3 things, and you want to quote those 3 things and make money. Meaning, this is a magic trick for this video. Expanding on a prior, it has 3 stopovers called Mushi, Moxie, Mushi, which is basically me saying the same thing 3 times, which is memorize right in Chinese, Moxie, memorize right, Moxie, memorize right, Mushi, 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 Mushi. It just rolls right off the tongue. When you memorize stuff and write stuff out, you're being a Chinese person who's acing math class right in front of your face. Not because you Chinese people are good at math, it's because you Chinese people are taking math class a 3rd time while we round-eyed Caucasian people take it for a 1st time. That's what you're doing with this video, is you're treating this video like it's a math class that nobody else knows about. Because look, you're one of a small exclusive group of people who didn't have to pay $50,000 to get this video. So pretend like you paid $50,000 and let's try to get $55,000 on $0. Mushi, mushi, mushi. So the first thing that you're going to write down, or after the first, because it was expand on a prior, was Oh, accountability has people's buttholes puckering up. Accountability. That's not a fortune cookie that you want to write down. That's just something that you feel, which is, hey, I feel like this video is going to be amazing. What's he gonna show us to do next? Oh my God, I've heard of this guy. This guy's Larry Chang. He went to Stanford for $3. This is Larry Chang. OMG, I'm meeting Larry Chang. Thank you, and here's your thank you, which is my best content. You write down on a little piece of paper or the back of a fortune cookie, or you cut up a little piece of paper the size of a fortune cookie, and then you say this. Mushy, mushy, mushy. You could say that, but this is also what you say, which is chapter 13 of Jim Quick's book, Memorization. His book is on being limitless. Okay, maybe that was complicated. This is simpler. On a fortune cookie, you write this message, because this message is about eating food, making money. You write this down on a fortune cookie and you read it to somebody, which is, the first person to say audiobook loses. The first person to say audiobook loses. Because when you talk about books, people will get intimidated, and then because they feel intimidated, because they don't say, I can't read. But that's what they think. Do you see how this is a fortune cookie? Because you're going to write down the solution to their brain. To their brain, not being able to think. Stop using the word gaslighting incorrectly. So, gaslighting. Oh my God, that's another fortune cookie. I'm writing fortune cookies as I read. Are you gaslighting me, not us? Are you gaslighting me into believing that you're Caucasian? Laugh, ROFL emoji. Okay, this is a fortune cookie that you get for free because everything on my channel is free. There is no Patreon. I will not be posting the links on down below to the most genius video you've ever watched on YouTube, which is how to use ancient tools, in a innovative way. Because that was the live stream that was 2 days ago on 1/26/28, which is day number 86 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. That's another fortune cookie, but I kind of went quick. I don't come quick, I do come quick. I'm going to quickly deliver again super fast, which is, are you gaslighting me into thinking that you're Caucasian? So, when people say gaslight, when people say, what's the person who loves themselves? Everybody says this word all the time. I've removed them as standard moderator. I've removed them. They were retarded. What's up? Moderating the moderators. The best messages are the ones that get deleted by retards. That was a test, and those messages, they're going to get amplified. Why? Narcissism. That's the word I was looking for. Thanks for telling me it's a nice hat. I appreciate it. Hello, handsome. Hello back to you. I can't read your username. Sweet. Sometimes maybe I shouldn't want to read it. Sweet 18X. Sweet 18X. What's up? Gaslighting. Are you gaslighting, Larry? Are you gaslighting us into believing that you're Caucasian? Funny that you use the word gaslighting. Gaslighting is now going to be on a fortune cookie. The opposite, the apotaco, the complete polar opposite of gaslighting is sunlight lighting. What is gaslighting? It's reducing the amount of gas that hits your light. And then the person thinks that they're going blind. That's gaslighting. This is the opposite of gaslighting. The sun has been getting brighter and brighter and brighter. And now the sun's so bright that if I didn't have a cowboy hat, I would not be able to see anything. Do you see how you use the word gaslighting in a sunlighting situation? So the apotaco, the opposite taco, my vagina is now outside of my body, it's called a penis. That's apotaco. And maybe you don't think that vagina and penis are opposite each other. Maybe you don't think that. But do you not see how gaslighting and sunlight lighting is the opposite? Because when people say gaslighting, they're using it like the word narcissism, which is for everything that you don't like, it's either narcissism, gaslighting, or Hitler. That's just people's arguments for arguing when they don't know how to present facts. This is a fortune cookie where you eat food and then you make money. So the cover art of the clip art, the thumbnail of this video is a porn star watching TV. Let me repeat that. It's a porn star watching a football game. And she was watching a football game and the camera panned to her. I didn't watch the football game. I only saw it on social media. Where she was a porn star watching football for the January 19 Division I football national championship game between Indiana University and Miami, not of Ohio, but Miami of Florida. So this stripper or this porn star was watching TV, was watching the game, at the game, and she appeared on TV. This is an example of watching football and making money on OnlyFans. This is what this is, which is, can you eat food and make money by writing out a fortune cookie? That's why the thumbnail is of a porn star, which is, she was watching football selling subs. She was watching football selling subs, where I'm not selling you a submarine sandwich. I'm not selling you a dolphin control service. I'm not trying to help your dolphin reach a tidal wave. I'm not trying to help you with your bean getting flicked. What I am doing is the opposite of gaslighting, which is sunlight lighting. This is how to write your own fortune. This is almost like a Paulo Coelho book, The Alchemist. You read it. Come on, admit it. You read that book. You read that book, The Alchemist. Totally subbed, XXX Max. Mushi, mushi, mushi. It's actually Mooshie. There's an extra O. And then the second Moshie is MUE, capital XIE. And then the last Mushi is MOOSHEY. Yeah, that's the first one. That's the first. No, that's the MOOSHIE. That's the first one. The second one is MUEXIE. Good morning, everybody. My channel is What They Don't Teach You in School. We're talking about the apotaco of gaslighting. We're writing fortune cookies right now. We're writing fortune cookies. Before you say Taco Bell, before you say Taco Bell, know that that's the story of my Rolex. Because when you're going to Taco Bell, what are you really doing in Urbana? What are you really doing? You're meeting a drive-through. You're meeting a drive-through driver. You're meeting somebody who works at the drive-through. This is the greeting at the drive-through. Thanks for making a run for the border. May I take your order? You see, I view Taco Bell drive-through as a quick run to Mexico. Because that's what Taco Bell is. It's delicious Mexican food that's delicious. What time is it? It's time to get you a Rolex. By doing drive-through work and doing it enthusiastically and asking a better question, which is, how do I double the sales from the stupid drive-through that I'm working? How do I double sales? Welcome to Taco Bell. May I take your order? Loser. Loser. But if you're saying, thanks for making a run for the border, may I take your order? Booyah. Booyah. Go ahead and make a deposit into Harris Bank for all that money. University of Illinois. Because instead of saying, hi, welcome to the fast food restaurant that you're visiting, it's a hellhole here, I hate it. That's how most people answer the phone. That's how most people greet customers, is they don't want to fucking be there. Is that a business model that you know about? This is the business model that I know about, which is, let's say you're getting paid slave wages to be a slave at a fast food restaurant. What if you thought to yourself, what if I doubled the revenue only during my shifts? You asked, what do you get at Taco Bell, cowboy? You asked. What I get at Taco Bell is Rolex. That's what I get at Taco Bell, bitches. Because you asked a question that was sequitur. Because you're not trying to gaslight me. You're trying to sunlight me. How does my Rolex look in sunlight? Because that's what I get at Taco Bell. Hi, welcome to Taco Bell. May I take your order? I don't want to fucking be here. I'm a black or white employee. I'm a black or white employee. I don't even want to be here. I'm a shitty employee. Who's black or white? I'm a shitty employee. This is why Chinese people are to be hired at all costs. Why? Have you guys ever had a neighborhood that you lived in that had $1 million homes, and then a Chinese person moved in and boom, everyone's house doubles in value? And you're like, man, if we just got 2 more Chinese families in here, our neighborhood would triple. That's the thing that boomers understand that other generations will understand later, which is, oh my God, eating food and making money. I can actually eat food and make money. Because you asked me kind of a cunt question, which is, what do you get at Taco Bell, cowboy? Because you're thinking that I eat that goy slop. But you made fun of me, so I'm going to tell you what I get at Taco Bell is a Rolex. Why? Welcome to Taco Bell. May I take your order? May I take your order as I fuck up your order? That's black or white people working at Taco Bell. What happens when you get an American-born cowboy working at Taco Bell? Hey, bitches, thanks for making a run for the border. May I take your order? Who the fuck are you? Did you just make that up? Did you just make that up? Thanks for making a run for the border. May I take your order? Like, yeah, I'm bored out of my mind. I'm not going to sing you a rap song because rap music makes plants die. And it makes black people die. But, you know, let's just worry about the plants first. Rap music. I'm not going to sing you a rap song, but I am going to be dropping rhymes. Thanks for making a run for the border. Because you're at the most Caucasian Mexican restaurant in the history, and Pepsi had not quite ruined it all the way. That's fiat food. Oh my God, that's chapter 8. Because by asking yourself, how can I double the revenue of this slave plantation owner called Taco Bell? Maybe an advertising executive was making a Taco Bell run and was greeted with, "Hey, thanks for making a run for the border. May I take your order?" Did you just make that shit up? That's the opposite of gaslighting. Why? Because you can steal anything that I'm about to give you, and I'm about to give you more fortunes, way better than "thanks for making a run for the border. May I take your order?" Because it makes people laugh, but that's Larry Chang being great. Let's make you great. Let's eat some food and make some money. You guys ready? Feels like this video just started. It's mushy, mushy, mushy. Look, another scumbag. Are you guys being mean to each other? Rap music killed my apple tree. This is dumb. I love this guy. Drop yours, pussy. What's this chink yapping about? Sabayu. I kind of want to make you a moderator. Booyah! Booyah! Let's see what you do. I just added 2 inches to your very small penis. I know you have a small penis, but I made you a moderator. I'll take things that never happened for $600, Alex. Oh, challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Let's go. Fortune cookie. So, let's do something where you get a Rolex because you told me that you suck. Let's get you a Rolex. You're gonna be selling it on the corner for drugs, but that's okay. At least you'll have gotten one temporarily. Fortune cookie. So, what you're gonna do to actually get one Rolex before this video ends, which is the plan to get one Rolex. Today is 1/28/26. So within 3 months, you should get one Rolex. Why? Because I'm gonna march you through a plan of fortune cookies. Cheers to fortune cookies. Cheers to your fortune cookie. This is applicable to everybody too. Oh, delicious. Delicious. The Caucasian person who grew my tea leaves, you should get an award. Larry, do you seriously buy green tea from a Caucasian dude? Yeah. You know you've made it in life when your gardener is Caucasian. Let's focus. Rolex. Oh, here we go. Fortune cookie. The easy one is expand on a prior. But we already did that one. Maybe you don't think you deserve a Rolex out of it. Maybe you should make enough money for 2 Rolexes, and then as a thank you, buy me 1 Rolex. Now we've upped it within 90 days. 2 Rolexes. one for you, one for me. And as soon as you say, I don't want to give this guy a Rolex for stuff that I do, that's me hearing from you that you are a zero. Because half of zero is zero. Because you've never been able to double, you've never been able to do anything. My God, this video is the best video I've ever made. Because I'm being honest with you. You've gone from YouTube video to YouTube video and you've never benefited. There you go. You will give me one. Cool. Well, let's make sure you get yourself one and get money for two. Let's go. Perfectly on 7-Eleven. Oh, darn it. It doesn't matter. So, fortune cookie. This is a fortune cookie that you're going to write down. This fortune cookie, it spiders off into 5 more fortune cookies. Are you ready? Are you ready? It feels like you're ready. Which is this fortune cookie. It's Web 12. Web 12. That's your fortune cookie. So when people say, ooh, how did you make that Rolex money? It's because you understood Web 12 before other people executed Web 5 or Web 3 even. Web 12. It was started on 7-Eleven Day. And I'm not going to say that Taco Bell, because it's not Taco Bell, it's another shit franchise. It's called 7-Eleven. I am not a fan of either Taco Bell or 7-Eleven. But other people are. I think of it as a hellhole. What's at 7-Eleven, Larry? Poisonous stuff that is poisonous. The reason that Web 12 happened on July 11 is because the co-founder of Duck 9, he loves Diet Coke from 7-Eleven. It affects his real estate choices. Like if there's not a shitty 7-Eleven near some piece of real estate, he won't do it. I'm like, do you realize that the real estate algorithm is there a Starbucks nearby? Not, is there a hellhole of a 7-Eleven nearby? He's like, I don't care. I don't care. I need my Diet Coke out of a spigot. He'll even clean the spigot because sometimes the Diet Coke spigot doesn't get cleaned from the Indian person who owns the 7-Eleven. That's not funny. I got my Rolex from 7-Eleven because they actually do sell Rolexes at 7-Eleven, which is the stolen kind. Web 12 is your fortune cookie. What is Web 12? It is Web 1, Web 2. It is the fact that anybody can publish web pages, yet right now, no one's publishing, few people are publishing web pages. You see, social media got people fat, dumb, and porn driven, where even ordering food feels like you're visiting porn. They even call it food porn. People will eat at restaurants, back when restaurants were edible, and they'd take pictures of food, where then people realized, who ran restaurants, we don't even need to make the food edible or good. We just need to make the food photographable, photography friendly. That's not a tongue twister, says the vagina whisperer. That's fake everything. That's enshittification. That's what Web 12 solves, is it makes shitty things slightly less poopy. This is why this fortune cookie is a valuable fortune cookie. This is why I do these videos pre-work at butt-ass early sunrise. Why? Because what you're getting is Web 12, which is Web 1 and Web 2 in the original state. Not this enshittification where you don't connect to people, you don't connect to money, and you feel disconnected and discombobulated, and then you can't keep a friend, or you get so many red flags
that your vagina just shuts down. That's Web 2, that's social media's intent. This is not where I say, hey, AI has some devilish components to it. This is not that component in the video. It's true, but this is not this component. What we're doing here is, in an age of AI, we're not saying AI is a bubble, because that's what you're going to write on a fortune cookie. Is you're going to write down on a fortune cookie, AI is not a bubble. When most people don't want to use any AI, they then say the cognitive miser thing to say. Cognitive miser is brain fart, brain gas, brain fog. That's a person with a bad brain saying, I don't want to use AI ever, even though it's $0 and we'll get Larry a Rolex and we'll get me a Rolex. That's Web 12, which is, can you use Web 12 not to be your AI assistant? Well, initially your AI assistant, but what if you got AI, American intelligence, to be your boss? Everyone's trying to use artificial intelligence to make an assistant. You don't want an assistant that's AI. I mean, you kind of do. That's what everybody else is doing. That's a Claude bot, who's now a Molten bot. Claude bot, CLAWDBOT. Molten bot is Moltbot, MOLTBOT. In short, you want to have Web 12 be your boss who pays you exorbitant amounts of money. But you're going to need to manage your boss because you've never managed your boss before. Everyone's boss has always managed them. Let me repeat that because it was another fortune cookie. The reason you maybe are underemployed or unemployed is you don't want a boss telling you what to do. And the boss isn't paying you enough. So now you've got this mishap, this disconnect. Kind of like why some men don't date, where they say, oh, the juice isn't worth the squeeze? What? Or they say, oh, I'm going to take the black pill because women just aren't worth it. What? I get it, but I don't get it. This is a fortune cookie that solves this problem, which is, what if you managed your boss? Because most people are such shitty employees that their boss constantly is needing to scream at them or keep people accountable. And then you get demoralized because you're not asking yourself, hey, what could make this hellish shift at Taco Bell slightly better? What could make it better? Jokes. Jokes could make this shitty experience better, which is a joke franchise, which is more jokes. Let's go into some joke franchises, which is Web 12. So Web 12 is your fortune cookie. What is, and we're brainstorming now, what is a joke business that you would start? What is a joke business that you would start that is a joke based on what you've already heard? I'm reading the comments. The sun's in my face. I'm going to be reading the comments. Catching up on messages. Duckies, good job. Mushy, mushy, mushy. The best messages are the ones that are improperly deleted. Why? Because the algorithm, they don't want you happy and learning. I love this guy. Thanks, buddy. Derp Sauce 9 says, I love this guy. This is dumb. Because we both know you ain't pulling up, Bone, obviously. I never know if people are talking to me or if they're talking in the side chat. Making you a moderator. Making you a moderator. When you say you don't want to pay for a domain or a website, you can email me and I'll publish it on my personal page, Larry@duck9.com. YouTube Live is a goldmine for lunatics. It's my new hobby. I hope your hobby is an enjoyable one. What if you're your own boss? Then AI is your best friend. What's a joke business? It's based on a joke? Let's go! Let's go. Joke franchises for the win. What's a joke franchise? A joke franchise is where you thought it was going to be a joke, but then it started to pick up steam, and then you have to justify why it's awesome. Here's an example. University of California Entrepreneur Week. Here's another example. Stanford Mall, California Entrepreneur Week. Hashtag Cal eWeek, where Cal sues its students to start something at Cal called Cal. Cal loves suing Cal students. Good luck suing Larry Chang, Stanford Mall, California Entrepreneur Week. Starting it as hashtag Cal eWeek with a prior art of Stanford Mall, California Entrepreneur Week. I didn't know that Five Guys Burgers and Fries is a good example. Did they start it as a joke? True story, there's a Five Guys burger on the Champs-Élysées in Paris. They view that as a delicacy. Plus they use peanut oil, which is kind of the best of the worst seed oils. Peanut oil. Because peanuts actually have a ton of oil. So extracting seed oil out of a peanut, it's actually somewhat doable. What we're talking about is we're talking about Web 12 and using Web 12 as a springboard to do what? To solve social media's problem. A transcription of this video is going to be available, but it's not going to be digestible, and Gemini 3 is going to get the benefit from it. This is why today is day number approximately 58 of 59 of the day 59, exactly. It's actually hard to do math on air. It's day 59 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Expansion on a prior. This video bookends so nicely. Why? Because the video started with an expansion on a prior, expanding on a prior hashtag. The 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl is $55 days, hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Day 1 was December 1. So what we're doing here with a hashtag is we're not necessarily predicting the future, but we're running ahead of what the future holds. Because back on December 1, hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl foretold something that few could plan for, which is that the Super Bowl was going to take place on February 8th. This is why you benefit, because Seahawk fans and Patriot fans, they could not financially commit until their team was a lock to go to the Super Bowl. Because at that moment in time, there were 13 teams in competition to go to the Super Bowl. By taking advantage of the fact that January 19 was the Division I National Football Championship in Miami, what you're doing is you're taking advantage of the fact that there were 8 teams trying to go to the national championship, and the housing costs less money. What you're doing is you're, in essence, saying the slang phrase, "Thanks for making a run for the border. May I take your order?" That's what makes humor funny, is it's both a callback to the past and an interruption of the expected. That's what Web 12 is. That's what Gemini 3 is. It's just that the Google executives at Gemini 3, they all make $400 to $2 million per year. And those kind of people, they don't really have sympathy for people that make less than $300,000. This is why you get a Rolex, because there's a chasm of separation. There's a chasm to cross. I'm speaking about Jeffrey Moore's book, Crossing the Chasm. Web 12 is the ability to take my intellectual penis and fill in the chasm, which is the gap, which is an intellectual gap, it's a market gap, it's a gap, it's a hole, it's a void that needs to be filled. This is what we're doing with fortune cookies. Because, Larry, are you saying that jokes fill in the gaps? Yeah. Where we're going to jizz our brain's baby juice into this hole, and there's going to be a plant that propagates from it. We can sell that plant for 2 Rolexes. I'm not even joking. That's via a hashtag. You've never used a hashtag before. You're a hashtag version, which is hashtag. I'm going to give you 3 of them. I'm going to give you 3. Today is day number 59 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Gemini 3. Have you ever used it? Because Gemini 3 is right now running in the background. Who's watching and not liking it because your brain got stuck? That's okay. Hashtag, second hashtag, same Rolex, which is hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. That's the second hashtag. Did you guys get that? Put it in the chat if you got it. First person to put $1,000 gift card to then not send me, just spend it on yourself. Hashtag number 2, put this in the chat. Hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. BK stands for bankruptcy. BK stands for bankruptcy. I love Brad's company. And my friend Chris started it. You're timed out for XRP. Brad Garlinghouse.
Let's go! YouTube Live, let's go! YouTube Live, let's go! My last 2 words.
Catching strays.
You can feel how other people are going to catch strays because they're meant for you. Okay, where are we at on our conversation? Let's go.
We were talking about what model is it that we are actually running right now. And the model that we're actually running is the Lisa Falzone and the Christopher model, where you have the blonde, the hot blonde Lisa Falzone being the face and saying things and doing things, aka Larry Chang. And then you have Christopher in the back who's actually doing work. So in the example of Duck 9 is it's Lisa Falzone is Larry Chang and Christopher is Matt Smith. And that's the model that we're running. And so you have your front runner, your hot blonde, or I have Larry Chang in his cowboy hat. And I'm here in the back doing everything I absolutely can to push and sell one Larry Chang.
Talk about the marketing and the selling, because who couldn't talk about that?
So whenever I was the founder and I was trying to sell, I couldn't sell shit. And as soon as I demoted myself to CTO, the VP of marketing, AKA marketing intern, literally in my first 3 minutes, Larry was able to lock in a 5-figure deal. And he had already did the legwork to tee me up to do an $800 deal that will be a partnership with these people here. And so now it's Larry doing the selling, and I'm almost just there, sitting there being quiet, like I'm his executive assistant, just taking notes, getting emails, and doing the back end communication afterwards. But Larry is selling. Larry has created Web 12 and gave me the treasure map to do it properly.
Again,
So Larry, he is doing the selling. He is being Lisa Falzone, and I am being Christopher, doing the work, taking the notes, getting the emails, and sending those emails out to the right people. So the hot blonde is Larry Chang, and I'm the +1. I'm the VP of marketing, the VP of sales, and he's the VP of sales.
do you see how this solves I can't sell one? Do
Really, market.
you see how this
Since I can't sell one, yeah.
Okay, so where do other people go? Other people, where how do we investigate more this problem that I think is the weakness of entrepreneurship? Like, where do we go to study more on this?
To web12.io.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because this is
But
a
what protocol are you running that is sales, go to market, and distribution?
We're running CS 183S.
Because I had that as a problem and I solved my own problem. And then what was my epiphany when I solved my problem? What was my epiphany?
That I can't sell. And so the problem was we have this Web 12 thing and a founder for it who can't sell, but he can take really good notes. And so instead of letting him loose and go AWOL and be non-productive, let Larry Chang sell.
But remember, this doesn't
The
scale.
founder to CTO.
But this doesn't scale if I'm not there. So again, I ask for the second time, how do I, as a internet viewer, research this stuff? Because I can't sell. What, just call Larry and have Larry just like be your executive assistant? Like, what do I do?
So
problem, I can't sell.
You do homework and you take quality notes. You do Web 12.
Do homework, take notes, Web 12. You have 6 words that are all zeros with a little FU as a kicker, because it's not quite Oppo Taco, but Web 12 sounds like you're fucking with people. So again, I ask, wait, stop. Just stop. People can't sell. People can't sell. People think born selling. People can't sell. What is your one hashtag? You're a hashtag virgin. You're a hashtag virgin.
CS183S.
Are you sure?
CS180 hashtag CS183E and and hashtag.
It's S. You were right. But the way you answer questions that are right is you answer it with a question, because sometimes when you say no, it's a question, or when you say yes, it's a question. So you'll be not. Have you heard? Oh, you have the book. Do you have the Steve Blank book?
Yes.
Yeah. So they don't let engineers talk to the customers. You are the engineer who is not allowed to talk to the customer. But what happens when the engineer is not allowed to talk to the customer? What happens to those companies 80, 90, 98% of the time?
Go bankrupt, or they just stay at zero.
Yeah, which is another form of bankruptcy, which Larry Chang, discovered with Duck 9 with your care package that I dropped off because you are a dine and dash candidate to run away with my phone charger, right? I mean, you're not, but I treated you like that because that's how you treat executives who need to borrow your device. Does that make sense? That was a rep.
Yes.
That was a rep. What's another rep that I did with an iPhone charger? What is another rep that I did?
So you saw, here's a rep that you did earlier today with the phone charger. So problem, we were doing a live stream. We were in the middle of a great conversation, and because of my lack of preparation, my phone died. And I
Oh my
did
God.
not
Oh my
grab my
God.
phone
Oh my God.
charger.
A Chinese guy with a dead phone. Who'd have thunk? Oh, wait. A CTO with a dead phone. Who'd have thunk? Oh, a person of color with a dead phone who flaked. Who'd have thunk?
Mhm.
Give me the rep of not you, which
So
is
the rep that Larry ran is, and brought a phone charger and said,
one phone charger. I brought one phone charger.
he gave me one phone charger, which is right here, in exchange to hold my license. And
So it
when
was 6 phone chargers. This is not your case study. What was another rep?
another rep that Larry did of the phone charger was at a conference and bringing 6 phone chargers. And one of the people that had showed up was Mark. Was it Mark Zuckerberg? Who was it that had showed up to this event? But it was Facebook. One of the founders of Facebook was there.
Just a founder of Facebook that you couldn't be bothered to remember because you don't think Meta is very valuable. So you're thinking that a top 13 company in Silicon Valley founder is not very valuable. That's okay. That's okay. Andrew, keep going. Andrew.
So Andrew, one of the founders of Facebook, was at this conference.
You said Andrew. Oh yeah, you said Andrew. Is there that epiphany, or you're processing too much information?
Say Andrew.
But now that I say Andrew, why won't you just be like, oh my God, oh yeah, right? Because on a sales call or a sales situation, you can't just be like, you can't not have it register. Or a sales question or a human question. And also, when you say this genius stuff and then you boil down the difficulty into always be selling or always selling. And then I thought about it. I'm like, no, it's not 2 words, always selling, because that's horrible. Because you can't sum up CS183D to be always selling, because it's actually not always selling. It's always getting mentored and growing your brain, where you took the genius stuff and you scarcity mindset discarded it with a yard sale of, I want to undo what my brain understands by going into cognitive miser, where I'm going to be lazy with it, and then your brain started sucking, always selling, always selling, always selling, and then you miss the
Much doing a little book club. Things are going well so far today. It's been good. Yeah, good progress. We got some good reading. We got some good notes. It's been good.
ask for consent. Ask for consent.
Let's see. Do I have your consent to say what's up in this video? Yeah.
What's going on?
What up?
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's only consent for audio. You wanted all the consent. It was just consent for audio. You went for consent to do your butthole, or what? Where you went, this is selling. This is mentorship, which is staged. Stages and milestones. I'm all yours. What do you want to talk about? You have questions?
The question I want to ask is how can I improve my ability to sell?
That's not the right question, is it? Why are you asking that question? Do you see how we solved the problem? Do you see how we solved the problem and you're trying to unsolve it? And right first out of the chute, undoing it. First question out of the chute is not even shooting your own foot off. If you have a large Johnson, shooting your own foot off is actually very possible. So shooting your own foot off is actually fine. You didn't just shoot your foot off. You optimated your equity. Because why would you do that? First question out of the chute is, how do I do a job that I am not doing? That was your first question. And the way you asked it is pitch perfect for lecture 9, CS183S. What is CS183S?
CS183S is
what's it synonymous with?
Synonymous with CS183D and E.
Are you sure E? Are you just like running? Are you just running?
Feel pretty. What I have written down is hashtag CS183E through S. So it's synonymous with CS183.
Okay, so
both of these hashtags written down.
Okay, so answer this question, which is, how long would it take for you to master one computer science class at Stanford Engineering? Master one class.
As long as it would take me to watch it.
So you're going to watch it one time and master it?
No, I'm going to watch it 4 times.
Okay, what would be the methodology for you watching a video series or reading a book?
Is as I'm going through it, is writing 12 sentences on each nugget that I get from that book. and writing a book report about it. And along with that
All right, here
book
you go. Here you
report,
go. All right, here you go. What also is important in basic communication is once in a while porcupining it, where you're at 0 porcupines, you're at 0 hot potatoes, you're at the CTO talking point level, which is avoiding the answer and just saying stuff that is about your product without any. Yeah, that's one. Two is S and D are synonymous. It's not E through Z. It's every letter is a play called play. The only two plays that are the same are D and S. Because S and D and S are euphemism. Well, so what a euphemism is it's a kinder word for a shittier task. Selling. You don't say tasking, doing. Point it so that way you're not all audience. Point your camera where it's you and not people in the background. S and D, the reason you call it D distribution is because saying selling demoralizes people. That's why CS23S and CS23D are the same. And every letter, E is something totally different. It has components of D, which is why trigonometry is, to me, a high school level course, but other people, it would take them 8 years to learn, let alone apply into pre-calculus, then going into calculus. This is why the pin post of you want to take math class before math class, because the genius thing is fuck math class. You're going to need to learn how to read. And the way to read is chapter 14, Limitless, which is PQRST, which is that's how you master CS23S or D, which is preview, question, read, summarize, test. And the chapter before, chapter 14, speed reading, is memorization, where you need to memorize it as if you understand it, not just memorize it so that way you say CTO stuff, which is true, but it doesn't answer the question. Saying stuff that's true that doesn't answer the question is, in technology, known as a fuck you Muppet, which is a Muppet is a prospect who is too dumb to understand technology. So you only have certain number of Muppet FUs, and you have to use them, or in your case, never use them, because who's really CTO of this shit?
Chang.
And I am just remember my patience in explain my patience in walking through email publish post and how long it took for you to understand that protocol.
It took me from March to last Friday to properly understand email publish post.
That's Friday, May 28th.
29th.
29th.
May 28th or 29th. I attempted. Larry first told me about email publish post on, I want to say it was day 20 of the 23 days of OpenAI, of the hashtag 23 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. This was back in March. And he mentioned multiple times, email publish post, WordPress. And I didn't quite understand that until last week. And so I bought the domain web12.io, and I bought it through WordPress, and I followed their process to set it up. And doing that process, it connected my social media accounts. So it connected LinkedIn and it connected Instagram. and I didn't connect it to my Facebook account. So what had happened was I was opening up the WordPress app and creating a post within WordPress, and WordPress had automatically set up an automation to distribute that post I posted in WordPress app onto my LinkedIn, onto my Facebook. So it was just doing meta spam on my Instagram and meta spam on my LinkedIn. And so the next day, I asked Larry again, I was like, what exactly do you mean by email publish post? He's like, literally, you send an email and publish one blog, which becomes. And I was like, oh, okay. And he said that there's a setting for that. So then I go to my computer, I open up AI, and I'm like, hey, this is what I was trying to do. This is what I ended up doing because it was Cognitive Miser, me doing Cognitive Miser. And it's not what I didn't achieve the result I was trying to. So what do I need to do? Click by click, tell me exactly what it is that I need to do. And it told me, oh, I see what you missed. And I see how that's not helping you out. Actually, what you need to change is this one specific setting within your WordPress settings. So then I go to WordPress, click on the thing that tells me to click, and finally I'm able to find it. And the name of that setting was Post by Email. Whenever you turn on the tab Post by Email for WordPress, it creates you a secret email address at post.wordpress.com. So from your email, you can email your post by email to your ghosty WordPress email. That email has 12 sentences, 2 pictures, hopefully a video. And after you press send on that email, it will post it as a blog on your website and also create one web page for those 12 sentences that you wrote. So I thought that I was doing email publish post, but really what I was doing was like post spam repost. I was automating before doing all of the actions myself.
When you
I was
say
trying to
automating,
automate that.
when you say automate before that, what you're understanding is that everybody's in zombie automatic mode. That's Web 2. And that's what guacamole is, which is why it's an Achilles heel. It's not my Achilles heel, it's my ginormous Johnson hitting a G spot. Because the penis to vagina analogy is I'm solving a problem every time 30% to 100% of the time. Because other people are trying to do auto, and AI made it better for people or worse for people?
Both, because it's easier than ever.
It is.
People's brains. People aren't using their brain.
And that's
to
what
write
we're
12
and that's what we're solving and leveraging and taking advantage of. And yeah, what? You interrupted me? What? I'll remember what I'm going to say. Go.
It's just that everyone is in automation mode before taking
For sure
the actions
and so
themselves.
that's where and so that's what so answer the question of, do you have one hashtag that solves this problem? We've identified the problem, which is what's the hashtag that answers this question, which is what the problem is. And if you don't know, just say you don't know.
I was about to say, I don't know this one. I don't.
Hashtag guacamole, because you got it for free.
Guacamole is the solution.
Hashtag guacamole, not just guacamole. Kind of like the E word. It's when what is it? It's 24 business protocols inside of where did I get guacamole? Hashtag guacamole from? Where did I get it from?
From hashtag CS183X.
And that's not where I got it from. There's 24 recipes. Selling is only chapter 6. They're from 1983, before my time. So if there's information that's before my time, where is that valuable information stored if 1983 is before my time?
In books.
In books or a
And
book?
all of the information is in books.
Stop,
The
stop,
order
stop,
of that
stop,
info
stop,
is
stop,
in
stop,
your.
stop, stop, stop. So you're not allowed to just be general. It's a book from 1983, what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School. So when you say first question out of the chute is I want to sell, like that's not your no. Which is, can you answer questions simply one time, which is guacamole, 1983. It's a book. It's 24 recipes out of one book. And then you got that for free versus I lost $20 million. This is my last $50,000. This is my last $50,000. Where you paid $0 for it, where I'd be like, cool, run protocol 4, 14, 62, 64, 67, turbo hike, which is, and hashtag mushi, chapter 13. Bam. Do you see how hashtags allow you to answer everybody's question as if you have 135,000 pieces of paper in your pocket? You see that?
Yes.
But you don't need that many because then you're Larry Chang, and Larry Chang is a top 30% person, ranking in at number 1, baby, which is initially you don't even memorize 24 recipes. You're just going to do 3. And the problem is people aren't going to sit for this. They will on YouTube because it's free, 0, and people are just morbidly curious. But in the real world, you better start answering Cold Plunge API, which, by the way, I sold already. Again. Cold Plunge API again with a selfie locked in. That's my highlight. Continuing with these bullet points is it's 12 sentences. It's not an essay. You should be blowing up the RSS feed because your RSS feed is coming out like a trickle. Whereas every one of my YouTubes is, does Larry Chang ever shut the fuck up? Which is hashtag guacamole. Why? Because La La Lime was taken and Lululemon is hilarious. What you're doing is you're citing, this is how to do it, don't pay me, which you don't get to say because you can't say basic answers. But that's how to sell, is this is how to solve your problem. I am too busy to take from you $800,000. But I went ahead and wrote a Web 12 essay. I already wrote it. I already solved your problem. Talk about the envelope that you got. Talk about the envelope that you got, because what problem did I smell?
That my phone was dead and that my credit probably isn't the best.
Okay.
And
so what, and you don't have to explain further, or you can. But do you see how I'm hunting? Because there's no way that your credit is perfect. There's no way that your credit is perfect. Because you literally check all the boxes for cup of coffee, entering a restaurant, and phone at capacity, also dead. Like you're a hot blonde girl that went to community college, which I'm going to need you to graduate a 4-year degree and improve your credit, and you're going to need to do that before 23. This is Duck 9 for the first time. It feels like you're meeting Duck 9 for the first time. Deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding private equity and venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, doing turnarounds, turning around your credit report as a side quest because you're not allowed to sell web12.io. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to sell that. What happens when you're not allowed to sell your company? What happens? Are sales going to increase or decrease when you are not allowed to sell your company?
Decrease.
Yeah, you don't even, you literally don't know which way up or down.
Decrease.
Yeah, it's increase. You're so confident with that because you're trying to be confidently wrong. So when you don't sell, what happens to sales?
We sell.
So do sales go up or down when we sell? Or who's we? Who's we?
When
Who's
I'm not
we?
allowed to sell, sales go up. We
Okay.
is Larry Chang and Derek Small.
It's kind of just, but when you say we sell, do you see how we're selling? We are selling.
No, you are selling.
Okay, so what happens when you get involved in selling? Do sales go up or down?
Sales go down.
Okay, so when you don't are zero involved in selling, what happens?
When I'm not involved in selling, we sell.
Okay, because that's why there's the CTO CEO model. Why is that true? Because it's counterintuitive, and this is why businesses go bankrupt 80% of the time, because this is counterintuitive, yet it's unfortunate, and people don't like because they want to go common sense, which is why me and Keith Raboy, who's a VC, we're the only two VCs in Silicon Valley that believe that the fatality rate should be below 25%. Everyone else thinks that dying 80% of the time is okay. That's because Keith Raboy, Founders Fund, Larry Chang, Fund of Founders, non-employee co-founder of Founders Fund, state this truth, which is if you remove the unforced errors from a small business or a corporation or a startup, if you remove the unforced errors in the pattern recognition from, oh, I didn't know that that's how it works. If you remove the unforced errors, the success rate would spike 2x or 3x. Because a fatality rate problem, who solved fatality? Who solved business death as the Christian running Silicon Valley gay mafia? Who solved business death?
Peter Thiel?
He is business death. He is business death. His last lecture was a 3-part series on Lucifer. Who solved financial death? I'll give you a hint. He slapped a stuffed animal on it called Dickie. Tell us about your stuffed animal. Slap a stuffed animal on it, make it slay. What is your non-employee co-founder?
My non-employee co-founder, Larry Chang, gifted me a stuffed animal that's a retarded ram because you slap a stuffed animal on it and make it slay.
So
but I don't get to keep it.
repositioning before, No, it was for 35 cents. I said 35 units of money, and then you said that's too expensive because I was willing to sell you 3 of them for 35 cents. But I said 35 units of money, but you're thinking I was charging you $35 million because you didn't even bother to ask what unit of money is the 35. Because 35 cents. Oh, by the way, thank you for lunch. How is Salad Bar after?
They had some tasty pickles and some
Did
kiwi.
did the guy give you a deal for Friday chicken?
No. Ricardo, or he didn't. And so I paid for our food, and I think I paid for the chicken. I have the receipt. It was my first time at Fogo de Chao.
So you don't know what you bought?
We actually, yeah, he did hook. I think he did hook me up with a deal on it because it was the two. It was the 2-person. We got double meat basically, and I guess so. It just wasn't explicitly said. Basically, what we got charged for was the double meat and the lamb chops, the 2 lamb chops, and that was it. So I have the chicken, and they didn't stick it.
Well, how could they stick it? Because they're doing that on Friday. Yesterday was Monday. How would they put the toothpicks on the chicken now when you're going to pick the food up on Friday?
They gave me the bag of chicken and filled that tray up with chicken, so I now have it.
So why would you do it that way? Because we're giving away the chicken on Friday.
That's what I was thinking after they gave me the bag of chicken. And I
But
didn't
then
I handled that. I didn't know that you could do that.
you mean order food for Friday, catering food on Friday? You didn't know that you could order catering food on Friday, on Monday?
Yeah,
Don't
they
get
took the
don't get
tray
don't get
and they
demoralized.
said it
Don't
would
get
be back in
demoralized.
30 minutes.
Stop.
And so I was like, okay.
Yeah, you should have said no. Don't get demoralized that coffee or entering a restaurant or ordering food in the future. Because this is what happens when a person gets broken down before you become special. So how are you feeling emotionally right now?
I'm excited and a little confused. Um, but for the first time, I also feel like I actually have a shot and I can actually see the light at
I
the end of
think
the
so
tunnel.
too. I'm not even demoralized because I'm actually more retarded than you are. Okay? Because I've done way more retarded shit than accidentally buy chicken. But that being the case, human to human, what do you think we're going to do with a tray of chicken that's 4 days old on Friday? Or did you forget that we're going to do it on Friday? You thought that I meant Monday. Or did you always
I
know it was
didn't
Friday?
forget. I knew that it was Friday.
Okay. So you knew it was
It wasn't.
Friday. Wait. You knew it was Friday, and they said, fuck your Friday. We only make chicken on Monday. What happened? Why? How could you not tell
It,
them? What did you end up
it
paying?
wasn't our friend. It wasn't our friend Ricardo that
Oh, there you
it was
go.
somebody
There
else
you
who
go.
came up
There you
and
go.
took
There
the
you
tray
go.
and said the
There you
chicken will be
go.
ready in 30 minutes.
There you go. There you go. So who? Just checking. I'm just checking. There you go. Then now it makes sense to me. Now it makes sense to me. Now it makes sense to me. That's why. That's why. That's why you're the. That's why. That's why. So now, how do you feel about your chances for success?
I still feel the same about my chances for success.
Me
I
too.
just will
Me
not make
too.
that mistake again.
Me too. Ask me what I think about your chances for success.
What do you think about my chances for success, Larry?
I think they're actually pretty high, because very high or higher now. Because yesterday was just kind of a mediocre day that we'll laugh at. Because we're writing a blog post. What's it called? It's okay if you don't remember exactly.
Fucking up ordering chicken?
That's rags to riches, actually. It's rags to riches. Because you are going to be rich, but you can't order chicken right. Bro, why would you not talk to the general manager? Like, that's you talking to the money dude who could give you chicken. That's talking to the dude who can give you chicken, give you $16,000 worth of office space, aka what is $16,000 of office space? I know what I'm talking about. This is how to rescue your
The
chicken.
second floor.
There you go. See, your likelihood of succeeding is actually incredibly high. Your ability to buy chicken as a person who's purchasing chicken is hilariously bad, because it goes coffee, restaurant. Talk about the restaurant. What was the rags? It isn't rags money. It was rags protocol. Rags to riches. So talk about the restaurant itself.
So the protocol that I ran, how I fucked up entering the restaurant was I didn't enter the restaurant. I got there
Why?
15 minutes early and I sat down outside in an area where I thought I would see people walking by to set up book club and write some blogs in hopes that I was going to see Larry walking by and I would enter the building with him. And I didn't, prior to that, I didn't enter the building. So now it's 1 minute after we were supposed to be meeting, and Larry walks outside, taps me on the shoulder, and says,
I didn't tap you
even
on the
come in."
shoulder. I didn't tap you on the shoulder. I was getting ready to leave, dude. I was getting ready to leave. At the level that I'm at, I'm not waiting. Like 15 minutes early is 20 minutes late. Let me repeat that in case you don't play sports. The time you show up for practice is 15 minutes early. That's when you show up to practice, is 15 minutes early. That's a life hack. No, the article is rags to riches. It's coffee, restaurant, chicken. That's your rags to riches, because you said the right answer, which is, Larry, after I can't even do food for lead gen for Friday, that I still think I can be successful. Because that's why I had to ask, which is, what are you talking about? You took the chicken home. Like, why would you?
And it was because I talked to the wrong person.
And do you see how the wrong person shoved the chicken and the bill in your lap? What was the bill for?
$140.
That's cheap. But here's the thing. Where's the chicken now?
In my refrigerator.
Well, at least it's there. I didn't know if you understood that chicken rots if you leave it outside in the garage. I didn't understand. I didn't know if you did because I didn't know that.
Mhm.
Respond to what I'm saying.
Yes, I do know that it rots if it's not kept
No, you're
properly.
supposed to laugh.
And so,
Do you see how right now you're so hezzy that you can't laugh? Because what you're going to do with that refrigerated chicken is you're going to bring it right back on Friday and go, hey, I was going to, this chicken came out of my refrigerator. So I'm going to cut it up. Can you reheat this chicken so I can cut it up and give it away? And guess what they're going to say?
sure.
They're not going to say that, bro. What? Do you see how
don't
you're
know.
not allowed to answer
I
questions?
don't know what they would say.
You're not allowed to answer questions. You're not allowed to answer questions. And I'm not being a smart aleck or sarcastic. But you really think that they would just take room
Don't
temp
know
chicken?
what they would do.
Well,
I
let's
feel like that's probably a hazard for them.
okay. So wouldn't they just give you fresh chicken to replace your tray of old chicken?
I hope so. That would make sense.
Okay. And then are you gonna ask for a chicken discount because you're gonna be handing out chicken? You're gonna be doing what protocol outside the Fogo?
Free food for Legion.
And so he charged you on Monday to give away chicken on Friday. And that's why we don't talk to anybody except for whom? Well, not you, but me. You only talk to the
The
decision
GM.
maker. You don't talk to other people who can say no. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Does that help? You have me.
Yes.
What do you want? What questions can I answer for you? You have me. What chapter, while you're thinking, what chapter is asking questions that are, what kind of questions to ask? What chapter is that?
Is that chapter 4?
Yeah, 4, 14, 62, 64, 67. Turbo hike?
I answered that like a question.
That's okay. But yeah, that's why, yeah. So you're asking empowering questions, chapter 4 of a book that I read 100 times, that you probably casually have read, which is questions are the answer. Questions are the answer, which is unlimited power, which is adjoining to limitless. Okay. Ask a question, empowering or any. Do you like how I don't get demoralized even though you took home chicken on Monday to give out on Friday? Because I thought it was explicit that we would just buy the chicken on Friday and then give away fresh chicken. But, you know, that's your automatic. That's your whatever that is. Which is, and then I liked how you didn't get demoralized. I like how you didn't beat yourself up. I mean, that's pretty amazing that
I just
you're not
learned how to order food properly, or how to order catering for how to really. I learned how to get free food for Legion properly by doing it by just completely fumbling, by fucking it up.
Yeah. But do you see how I didn't get demoralized? Because at least you're trying. Most people don't even try. which is why from March until May 26, like, what were you doing? And that's why when I asked how long would it take for you yourself to make $3 million? By the way, tell people how much money you're investing in this coaching. Okay.
$0.
Okay. How much is this worth?
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
There you go. You're no longer allowed to use that word for money. How many millions are in 1 billion?
This is worth $1 billion. Like,
how many millions are in 1 billion? You definitely can't use that word.
1,000 millions.
What? 1,000 millions in a billion? What? What? How many millions are in 1 billion?
1,000.
Is that your final answer?
One. It's. Is it 10? No, it's not. I don't know why I'm having a hard time answering this simple question. Because I don't.
I do know why. Do you know why? I know exactly why. What am I going to say?
No.
What am I going to say? Come on. You've hung out with me for like 5 days in a row. This is not scalable. I'm not hanging out with other people. This is a one-time thing. Everyone else could just learn this shit on the internet. But why don't you know the difference between a million and a billion? Or why is your brain a puddle with those two words? By the way, everybody's brain's a puddle when it comes to these words. Why do I know neuro-linguistic programming of these words specifically? What is the name of our group text?
5th edition and point 15 sticks.
Why are you laughing?
And
'Cause
just
you should
an
be
otter.
laughing. Okay.
15 sticks for me, 3 milli for you.
What does that mean?
That if we make $19 million, if you help me make $19
How
million,
much is 15 plus? How
I'll
much is
pay you
15 plus?
15.
How much is 15 plus 3?
15 plus 3 is 18.
Why did you say 19?
Because it says 15 sticks. I was looking at the number 4, and then the name wasn't there anymore. So that was just, I forgot. I didn't forget. I just said it incorrectly.
The reason you want to remove the E word from the lexicon, too emotionally charged. The reason you want to remove the M word, too emotionally charged. The reason that I was able to figure out your Achilles heel, because I'm morbidly curious about why you have an Achilles heel in your brain, which is why it's chapter 11 of Prune Away Your Old Self. So I'm treating you like we're in a relationship where you're the female, except I don't want to bang you. But I figured out your black hole. And then who wanted to change your brain? You or me?
Both of us did. I did not know how.
There you go.
And
there you go. So there
so
you go.
you have helped me.
There you go. So that's why you're no longer allowed to say the B word or the M word. Because I'm
Too
going to
emotionally.
Yeah, because 3 million seconds.
Too emotionally charged for me.
3 million seconds. 3 million seconds. 3 million seconds. How many years is 3 million seconds?
Isn't it like 17 days?
3 million seconds is 17 days? What? What?
It's 34 days.
How do you feel about 34 days? Making $1 per second. What's 1 billion seconds?
$11,574 days. So that is that's 31 years.
Okay. Is there a difference between billion and million?
A significant difference.
Okay, so do you know why women don't know the difference between billion and million? Is because
No, why is that?
It's because they're one Chinese dick ride away from B to M. Chinese dick riding, B to M. That's why. Why would they know? It's one dick ride. It's one dick ride. I think this video just peaked. I don't have to go anywhere. Do you still need me? What questions do you have?
Really, the only last question is a CTO question being, are there any blogs that come to mind in addition to the notes that I've taken that you would like for me to write?
No. No.
Okay.
But CTO is outside work, outside language. Between us, it's marketing intern. That'll empower you to not be kind of a crappy marketing intern because you have your queue is at 80. That's why I don't have more for you. You have 80 queued up. You've done a single digit number as marketing intern, which is, it's good. It's better than zero. It's better than zero. Oh, the other one is the expansion on the prior one, Rags to Riches, which is reverse chronological order, chicken, dinner, the location you couldn't enter, and then coffee you couldn't order. So that's entrepreneurship, and that'll be helpful, as is this video where you're going from this is how I used to be on June 1 on the 34 days of AMC theaters. That's where I used to be. I had a hard time buying a coffee. I had a hard time entering a restaurant to meet a VIP, which you don't even need to say who it is. I had a hard time ordering food. I had a hard time. Larry teed it up. So share if you're willing. I teed up Ricardo, and then you said, fuck Larry's intro and fuck Ricardo. I'm going to go with this rando, and together we're going to fuck it up. So talk to me emotionally about the fact that you already finished your journey. Talk like, because other people have this. What am I talking about?
So we're talking about Fogo de Chao. Larry introduced me to the GM, Ricardo, and we had a good conversation. Larry enjoyed double meat. I enjoyed the salad. I waited and enjoyed the salad bar after he left. And in the middle of eating dinner and us spending time together, he also told Ricardo, hey, we have this crazy idea. We've got this tray over here, and we were wanting to fill up.
Stop. Answer the
hand out
question.
and give to people.
Stop. Answer the question,
Mhm.
because like you're not answering the question. Do you remember what the question was?
How did I mess up the situation yesterday at
No, no,
Fogo?
no, no, no. I did not ask that. I said emotionally, why did you want to self-destruct, which is a fifth bite at the apple, because you're going to need to help other people, because I'm not doing this for other people. This is not
Mhm.
free therapy into becoming amazing. So self-destruction, what?
So I got up and I looked for Ricardo and I could not see him. And
Okay,
then I
okay,
sat
say
back
stop, stop,
down.
stop, stop, stop,
And
stop, stop,
then
stop, 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 stop. So you got to just answer the question, not just play a tape that has nothing to do with anything. You can't
so
like
emotionally, why did I self destruct?
that is the question. And then how did you determine that you do that and then begin to champion it, because that's when your phone died for a third time, second time, first time.
Thinking I'm not emotionally deserving of 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 the success or to be in that restaurant. And so like that was my first time ever being there. I didn't even know that that's a place. I've never seen meat be served like that before. It's a different world than the world that I was in. And so because of that, I think it ca- has in times can cause me to short circuit and not hold the belief that like, hey, like I'm here, you know? Um, instead of seeing this as something outside of myself, something beyond me. It's like, no, I am the guy here in Fogo de Chao with the VIP named Larry Chan, who's cool with the GM and introduced me and teed me up to get free chicken for Legion.
When you say teed me up, how did I tee it up? Walk me through teeing it up, because you're
You
going to need to tee up me. And not being able to
when I
tee up me is unforgivable. But tee up, expand on tee up.
you teed me up in three ways. First was while I was failing to enter the building, you said that you had hyped me up and said lots of great things about me to Ricardo. And then Ricardo came to the table and you had said, hey, Ricardo, you remember this is that guy, Derek, I was telling you about who does lots of great stuff. And so by our first interaction, by me shaking his hand for the first time, you had already hyped me up to him twice.
When did that occur? When did
And
that occur? When did that occur? When did that occur?
the
When did I do that work?
yesterday, that work was done while I was failing to enter the building.
Okay, so what time was that? What time was that approximately? What was the meeting set for?
55 and I got there at 30. And so I imagine you probably got
Yeah,
there
I was
an
in there
hour
at like
early.
11:15. I was in there at 11:15.
Mhm,
I was in
mhm,
there at 11:15 setting it up, because that's why you show up
mhm.
to meetings. When was the first time when we met? Do you remember what time you showed up? First time.
I showed up. Yeah, I showed up an hour late to the event at the Edge
An hour
rooftop.
late, or just 40 minutes casually late, 2 days after the dinner that was hosted by our friend Charlie. So that's
I
rags
was
to
saying I
rich.
showed up an hour late to that event,
So that's
to the
so this is
rooftop.
rags to riches. So this is rags to riches, which is where you're trying to show up to college late You're trying to show you're just late. Whereas everything that they're going to teach me in math class, who already mastered? That's a question.
You, because you took math before math class.
Okay, so that phraseology, that saying, is that a normal thing to say? What?
Between us, yes.
What?
But no, it's not.
What? No one's ever said it. There's 2 people on the planet who have ever said that. Well, 3.
Mhm.
Well, 2.
Mhm.
Who's the other person? He's good at quarterbacking.
Larry
He's not
Chang?
quite.
Tom Brady.
He's good at quarterbacking. He's not quite as good as Larry Chang at quarterbacking. I am such a student athlete. It feels like we're meeting for the first time. Again, I ask the simplest of questions. He's Kobe adjacent. He is Mike adjacent. What is his name? Who said the key to our acing our math assignments is that we want to practice our math assignments so that way our math gets better? Who said that? Because that's not a normal
I
thing.
don't know who said that.
Yeah, that's not a normal thing because what the actual F? That's weird. You're so weird, Larry. You're so weird. Right? So weird. So who said it? I'll give you a hint. You met a person. You met a sentient being with the same name 2 days ago. Same name. One, there's both sentient beings. They have the same name. That's the other person who said, we want to practice our math assignments. Our math gets better. Because he ripped it right from Larry Chang. We want to go to math class before math class. Do you think that winning the Super Bowl in your head before you win the Super Bowl is some Augie Garrido, Maxwell Maltz, Larry Chang shit? So the Super Bowl, if you're not heterosexual, the Super Bowl is played between the winner of the AFC with the NFC. They clash, and it's a World Series of football. Is it possible to win the Super Bowl in your head before you win the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay. So who said we need to practice our math assignments so that way our math gets better?
I really have no idea who said that.
I
Is
know
it
you don't.
Augie Garrido?
He didn't play quarterback for Tampa Bay.
Is it Tom Brady?
Is that a question or is that a statement?
It is a question. Is it Tom Brady?
Who do you think knows Larry Chang protocols better, you or Tom Brady?
Probably Tom Brady.
You are thinking about saying you. Fuck. You were thinking that you were better than Tom
No.
Brady. You almost leaked it out. You're like, I understand Larry Chang better than Tom Brady. You almost leaked it out. Be honest. I have to know your shit better
I
than other
didn't.
people.
I just said it uncertain.
So that's what he said, which is we need to practice our math assignments. Our math gets better. Is your noodle finally on or is it baked? Because it could be on and baked and
It's
off
on.
at the same time. Is your noodle baked right
Mhm.
now? Is your noodle baked right now?
No. My noodle is sleep deprived.
Excuse for, yeah. He also said,
Not in a
did you want to expand on your sleep deprivation?
I was just saying it's
So-
not an excuse.
It's not.
I need to manage my time better. No. Because I
He
still have
also,
to show up, whether I'm tired or not.
so he also said PQRST. We've previewed all the things that we need to be studying. We've asked ourselves the tough questions. In summary, we're going to win this test. And then he also said we're going to make the right reads. He said PQRST in the order of what? Preview, question, read, summarize, test. What chapter is that in Limitless?
That is. Oh, it's chapter 14 in Limitless.
It is. It is. You're welcome for me helping you become rich.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because speed reading defense, me speed reading endometriosis, me speed reading your Achilles heel between your ears, me speed reading money, me speed reading you can't sell. I'm going to need to figure out a way for you to not sell, so that way after lecture 7 you do sell. But you're having a hard time right now even buying chicken. But that's okay, because I did a heat check and you still think that you deserve to be successful, even though at your IQ level, you're having a hard time telling the difference between Monday chicken and Friday chicken execution. But that's okay. That's a small adjustment, because you are in and of itself, although the excuse didn't help, you are pruning away your old self. You are editing, you're doing a turnaround of you incorporated. That's e-edit. Well, that's Stram GT 353E. Yeah. Has this been helpful?
Extremely.
Has this been the most painful, crappiest video that I'll ever ship? Because it had 3 giant pregnant pauses for your emo issue. You see how those emo issues with a dead battery, and now you're gone. And you see how it easily slips back to 0, but you're somehow not demoralized, which is good, which is why it didn't matter if you were demoralized, like this ship is sailing. So a preview. Yeah, so that's just it. That's a preview. All right, buddy. Be well.
Thank you. I will see you at the Hilton.
Nice. I'll talk to you.